Okay, right, let's go. I've done a massive amount, but there's so much more to do. Good evening, Retro, and how have you been? What you been up to? God, I put so much time into this. It's fun. But didn't expect it to take so long. Might as well put the time in anyway. The chances of me playing this again are very slim. So, oh hi Terry. How have you been, Terry? Cold, is it? Humidity here is a killer. It's a little bit chilly outside, but even with no heating inside, it's just too bad. Oh, I'm back on the medieval Dynasty. Just took a break from it to do that that Redux quest from No Man's Sky. I was pretty disappointed. I did that a few months ago. Got a pet and mistakenly released it. So I thought when I did that again, I'd get the pet back, but no. Told me I still had it. So that's not good, is it? Nah, not a chance. Not a chance. No, once you make a mistake in that game, it really punishes you. Yeah, never got the egg. Really? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Terry. Nah, it's not that important. To be honest, anyway, in January, February, they'll be dropping the when they're coming out with the new consoles. I'll be playing that for some time. I'll pick one up when they drop that from another player, Doesn't bother me that much. It's just not well designed in a way, If you accidentally lose something from an expedition or a ward, even if you do the expedition again, you can't get it back. I think that's a bit silly. But you can get eggs on the other side, Retro. But they won't let you bring them back. It's so stupid, really. It's really, really an oversight, to be honest. No, but it wouldn't bother him for something as simple as that. I just thought, I don't know, if it was me and I was, in charge of stuff like that in that game, that would be one of the first things I would, there's tons of treads about them, That would be one thing I would actually do something about. You should be able to purchase the egg again as long as you got it before from a quest, at the very least. Now, let me get something to drink. I'll show you what I've been doing. I rang emergency dentist. And they didn't call back, and because, yeah. Yeah. Well, the thing to do with that is go into emergency, sit down, don't leave. They'll have to see you. Yeah. It's not so bad here. I went for my checkup. I seen a specialist, booked into reception, got some blood tests, some other tests, got an x-ray, an ultrasound, and I was out in about half an hour. It was pretty quick, It's still not bad here, even though, let's say, the system has been kind of under pressure with the massive amounts of new people. But the dentist thing is pretty much the same. Here we have an emergency section. If you can't wait for the dentist, you go in and bang, you get it done. Maybe if you inquire a bit, maybe you're missing something, Terry. No, I have got a nerve problem where I removed a tooth. Pain comes back every now and again. Oh, I see. Yeah. But personally, if my tooth was giving me trouble for that long, and they were messing me about like that, I'd go straight into emergency, I'd sit down, and they'd have no other choice. They'll have to see you. Or I'd just keep going in every 2 days. Yeah, they won't be long changing their tune then. Now, let me just save this and I'll show you what I've been up to. I've got massive areas in this done, but there's still a bit to do. That guy just gave me a quest there. So, I can load this up again in a second. So this is pretty much done, this side.
Maybe interregnum isn't such a bad thing after all.
Now once I've entirely finished the settlement, I'll stop on the summer season. And you see these growths and stuff? The new growths, these bits of trees and this junk. Just remove them. Then it'll be ready for an upload. They're kind of messy. You wouldn't believe the amount of time it took to get these together. And especially when I'm not streaming, I don't really go slowly, you know? But just so many pieces and stuff like that. Oh, all of the plants are in. I'd imagine so with Toothpaste, yeah. Good evening, JC, and how have you been? Pretty good, for both, yeah. Hope you've been well. Yeah, I don't know what the situation is like in the UK now. You know, seeing dentists or doctors, whatever the case. But no matter how much strain the system is under, you know, you've been waiting far too long, Terry. In a situation like that, let's say the squeaky wheel gets the oil, if you know what I mean. So, make some fuss, you know? Oh, yeah, I know. I've actually been through it. But to be honest, I wouldn't put up with that, you know? If you go into the emergency and no wait, inconvenience them, and then they'll send you home with some painkillers and come back again every 2 days, and they'll sort it out. But I still think there's got to be some kind of an emergency system like we have here, you know, where you can go in and, you know, just get it done. I don't know if it's your part of the UK. I haven't actually talked to anyone else from the UK, and that's having problems seeing a doctor or, you know, a dentist. Maybe it's in your area. So, well, all this is done. The center I've been working on. I've been mostly spending my time. Well, I finished the left. That was the thing that was killing me. Small area. Got some of the side center done as well. But even before I just came on here, I was on here for about 3 hours doing this. Which doesn't go very far. This is what I've been working on here. Well, I've pretty much finished one piece. Oh, little small things like that as well. You know, fixing them up, making them better as I see them. Once I get the small area done, we'll hit the paddocks. Let's see if we can spruce them up a bit. Pretty much the same here. People are not too happy. Not because we're actually helping people, because they have a fire under their backside now. You know, to provide housing and stuff like that. And they seem to be doing it, Terry, in a timely fashion. When there was people on the waiting list for houses here for 10 years, and they absolutely ignored them. So they're not too happy, you know, about that. Apparently there's been some political pressure, and starting early next year, there will be a limited time where you'll be housed for free, which I think, you know, is it's fair enough, I suppose. The problem is if you lay on too much, you know, you might attract, you know, the wrong people. the system was designed for, asylum seekers. But what we've been getting here in most of Europe are economic migrants, which, don't get me wrong, is okay. If people want to come to work or whatever the case may be. But usually in a situation like that, it's people with certain skills the country would accept. General labourers, well, no country has a shortage of that. And that's been putting a massive strain on the system, People are getting sick, of it. Like here, and I'm just stating fact, I don't have an opinion, either way. Usually if you're an asylum seeker and you're running for your life, or, you've got political enemies or religious persecution, whatever the case may be, you're going to have a family, You're either married or whatever the case may be, and you'll have kids. But about 97% of the migrants we've been getting are all male, or between the ages of maybe 20 and 35. And this is a tiny country. Like 1 million immigrants, really, or 500,000-600,000. It's ridiculous. None seem to be skilled. Well, the vast majority are not. I'm I'm old enough anyway. But yeah, I can't see the end game in it, to be honest. Yeah, I cannot see the end game. So, this was the empty spot when we left last. So this is pretty much finished. This took quite a bit of time to do. And we'll be working on the others shortly. Yeah? Well, they're not exactly illegal. To seek asylum or that, it's not illegal. It's a civil case if you're not a genuine applicant, but it's not a criminal offence yet. It was a treaty that was signed in Europe, I think, after the Second World War. This was to ensure, let's say, what happened. How could I put this? Well, basically, when people fled Germany in late 1930s, lots of people, wouldn't take them in, so they had to stay in Germany, and that didn't turn out too good. That was absolutely appalling. So, once, let's say, the story was out after the Second World War, they said, okay, we'll make sure this kind of thing doesn't happen again. So they all made an agreement to, take in X amount, whatever. But that was asylum seekers, And, from time to time, countries take in economic migrants. They'd take X amount in. The UK did a lot, actually. In the 1800s, the late 1800s, during the subway construction, during the 60s, let's say, with the massive infrastructure stuff, and that's okay. But in normal times, taking in, maybe boosting your population by 20-25%, no, it doesn't make sense. I don't know much Confederate Crusader about Poland. I was there once, but only for a brief amount of time. I do know that it was under the Soviet yoke for a long time, let's say after the Second World War. Eventually got their independence, I think around Gorbachev's time. That would have been under that Lech Wałęsa, wasn't it, guy? We had a Pope, John Paul II. He was Polish. So not a lot, out from history. But there's a lot of Polish here. The guys, they're okay. The same as anyone else. Mm. 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 Yeah, yeah, it looks, yeah. I've noticed as much. Um, let's say that changes after a while. You know, as I said, Poland. Let's say in the scheme of Europe, it has been really a free country for a long time. Um, so now they're starting to immigrate, work in other countries and whatever. Um, but culture takes a little bit of hit, from that slowly over time. You can kind of see it now. Let's say. Mm. I wouldn't put it that way, to be honest. Social media, like, if there's one kind of flashpoint, let's say, take for instance Dublin City, um, and there was some school or whatever the case may be, and there was little kids inside. Some maniac went in with a knife and started, stabbing kids. Um, but apparently he was an asylum seeker. I think he was from East Africa somewhere, whatever the case may be. Now you had that kind of situation. This is 100% the government's fault. I know it would be a hard thing to do, but you need to know who you're taking in. You seem to have some very serious mental problems, and uh, that's not good. So. Of course, certain parties got involved and kind of stroked the frames, and we had a bit of a riot on our hands. Media was all over it, and if you've seen it on the news, you would think, the whole country was up in arms. Not like that. It's the same when we get media here, Confederate. Maybe something happens in the US, you know, so we don't assume that, the entire place, media like to broadcast stuff like that because people watch it. It is. It's in a strange place, Confederate. Yeah. No, I know. Like to a certain extent, it's every country's duty to help as many needy people as they can. Um, I believe that doesn't might not make it necessarily true, but how much is enough? You know, do you keep on helping people? Let's say to your detriment, even when you can't. Um, as I said, for instance, times are getting pretty hard here. People, infrastructure here, let's say when it came to housing, they've always been pretty incompetent. Public affordable housing. Of course, if you want to build your own house, you've got tons of money. That's not a problem. But affordable housing is a different story. Every consecutive government has been kicking it down the can down the road, so to speak. And yeah, you got people now on waiting lists for 10 years or more, and tons of stuff like that. Um, and then, all of a sudden these hotels are going up left, right, and centre, and people are not too happy. And they feel as though that their needs are being overlooked. Citizens who've lived all their lives for generations, and have, pretty much beaten this country into shape. And now, let's say, well, it would be like if your parents, let's say, you know, um, started having everyone but neglected you and your siblings, you'd feel a little bit hard done by, you know. So that kind of stuff. To be honest, I don't see the end game. Now, people will tell you, "Oh, it's the EU that's doing it. They're making them do this and they're pushing the law." No, There's nothing in the EU Charter about this whatsoever. We have a certain obligation and a responsibility to take in genuine asylum seekers, and these people, it's plain to see. Now, that came out wrong. I didn't mean these people, but the people who are coming in, the vast majority are not asylum seekers. They're economic migrants, which again is not bad, but, there's only so much you can take, you know. But I think Greece has fought back, and it went to the EU court and they said, yeah, you don't have any responsibility if these guys are, not what they seem. Neighbour just sold a house for double what I paid. There's no way an average income couple could afford a 30-year mortgage at this rate. Yeah. Now, what's been happening here, because the government are buying up all the properties, they're renting out all the hotels, housing always had a shortage, but this has really made it really, really hard. And with this kind of economic climate, anyone with money in this country is buying it up as well, and they're able to outbid people because, the government are paying rent for anybody, that comes over here seeking asylum. So it's a gold mine for landlords. This country has always been that way. But it's pretty much pushed everyone out of the market. If a house is worth maybe 200,000, let's say these guys could pay 250. They could pay well over it, just to get it so they could rent it and get their money back quite quickly. So it's really, created a problem there as well. No problem, Terry. Have a good one. Take care, stay safe, and go into emergency and, don't move until they treat you. Oh, hi, Scantron. Pretty good. And how have you been? But, the thing you've seen in Dublin, basically they built a large hotel, or they recommissioned something, I think it was, and kind of converted it. But I think it housed 700 or something, and they put in all guys. This was in a residential area where there was families, women, kids, and everything like that. Now, there was a few, let's say, that were obviously needed some psychiatric help and that, and they had some squabbles. They were of different religions and stuff, and stuff kind of went sideways as well. 10 cities all over the place, things like that. Yeah. So, no, they're not exactly happy. They're not happy because, they're within maybe 5-7 minute walk from this place. So they've got to deal with it, and they're wondering why these places are being bought out or built in areas, let's say, where people don't have much say. The affluent areas, the rich areas, and the areas where the politicians hang out, you don't see these places. So, the people are kind of saying, well, why don't you build them right beside where you are? Diplomatic visit to Ireland. He gave quite a nice speech. Yeah. Personally, I like how Poland took some of the... They did, yeah. Ukrainian refugees. Yeah. They would be pretty close geographically, wouldn't they? Yeah. They won't bring Muslims and Iranians. There's a massive religious and culture clash. Anybody would love, let's say, if people of different cultures and religions would get along. But unfortunately, Confederate, in reality, it doesn't work so well. I could preach Kumbaya here all night. But if you look at France and other countries, people of similar cultures and of similar religion integrate more easily, you know, um, that kind of stuff. Yeah, but you know, yeah, France. Yeah, I think London was the first city now, let's say, to have more more non-English people than English people. London, yeah. This is a strange phenomenon. It's been happening over 20 years. This is like the tech bubble. This will eventually burst, you know. But my fear is, to be honest, what happens in a situation like this, laws will be passed and stuff where, you know, there'll always be almost be no immigration. It will ruin it for people, you know, that really need help, you know. Because this now is a gold rush. It's a free for all, and it will eventually stop. Mm. Yeah, yeah. Well, here in my town, it was a slow trickle. Um, Confederate, yeah. It's crazy how Russia and Eastern Europe feels. Russia have been implicated as well. Let's say, yeah, yeah, opening up certain trackways and not making it easy for, you know, people, you know, to get into Europe to destabilize it a little bit more, or so they say. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I don't blame them for that. But I do believe that if you're in a country, let's say, looking for work or whatever the case may be, or you want to make a better life, you have to integrate retro. You can't expect that country to adapt to you. You know, it's got to be the other way around. And you've got to be respectful and in return get respect, you know? Yeah, yeah. Like, let's say if I went to Poland or even the UK, even though there are close neighbours and that, you know, if I'm of a different religion, well, that's okay. Religion should never come into it. And it usually doesn't. Let's say, for the serious matters in Western Europe. Mm. Yeah, in reality, guys, it just doesn't work. You know, it's always been that way. Oh, I'd love if it did, you know, but for it to work, both sides would have to absolutely 100% respect each other, and religion shouldn't come into the equation. You shouldn't bear any hatred, you know, for stuff that happened 1,000 years ago on both sides, and that doesn't seem to be happening. When there's a kind of rush of immigration like this, usually in proper immigration, let's say where you're looking for certain people to do certain jobs and people come in small numbers over time, you'll get, you know, a decent kind of decent kind of blending, a decent kind of assimilation. The problem is when they come in hordes, and I've seen this before. They don't assimilate. What they tend to do is they'll hang in one area, and they'll all hang in one area, and they'll make like a country within a country, and they don't assimilate, and that causes problems, guys. Yeah, non-citizens, because this is what tends to happen, retro. Yeah, yeah. Well, basically, what we're blaming here, and I don't know what the case is in America, they did open the floodgates because the corporations put pressure on the government because they wanted cheap labour. They didn't give a care, let's say, how it would affect the labour market here, you know. And I think this has greatly backfired, to be honest. In the big cities, yeah, is a prime example. Hmm. I've seen it happen in parts of the UK. You get a country within a country. You know, You get a, where you, a town in your own country where you couldn't walk safely. And I'm not saying this in a bad way, guys. There's bad people, wherever you go. But take for instance, let's say, and I know it's a sensitive subject, here in Ireland and all of Europe, let's say, you know, uh, kids become legal adults at 18. In some other countries, it's 12. So they look at kids differently than we do. So they would think it's okay for a guy, maybe 25, dating a 12-year-old. Stuff like that. This is the kind of stuff. This is the kind of stuff we can never get used to here. And there has been a good few incidents here of migrants, let's say, SAing small kids. One guy did it and did it again, and they found out he did it years before, and he was still in the country, and we just can't understand, what's going on. Surely when you commit a crime, you've burned out your welcome. So we don't get it. Hmm. I'm not sure. There's been a ton of cases, Confederate, as everywhere in Europe. Oh, sorry. I forgot to change this. Here, let me go in, Zik, for a moment. I won't be a second. I actually forgot to change it. And thank you for telling me. I just go in and change the category. Microsoft need help, and they haven't got an app that actually works. Just give me a few moments, guys. For a $1 trillion company that made their name on software, they're the worst ever for apps. Their browser on the Xbox, it's complete rubbish. Hmm. You asked about the game, yeah. I meant to change it and forgot all about it, really. Hmm. People who arrive in a new country tend to stick with their own. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now, when I say assimilation, I don't mean, at the cost of your culture. You can still keep your culture. The assimilation I mean is, respect, what other people do, and they respect you, and you can do what you want, we can do what we want. Live and let live kind of thing. But there was guys going around, let's say, in the UK, in the cities, and they were going to their fellow countrymen's stores, and they were telling them, not to sell uh, alcohol, contraceptives, and things like that. That would be against their religion within the UK. Now, they didn't do it in a threatening manner, but it was threatening, you know. They told them not to sell them. So they're trying to force a foreign law within another country, which is unacceptable, you know. Um, in Europe here, it took a long, long time. And a lot of blood, sweat and tears, let's say, to get the rights we have. And, you can't have a system undermining it from within like that. It's not the way it should be. Hmm. I think it was federal regarding speeding in California. Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah. But it will come to an end eventually. You know. Look, as human beings, guys, we're kind of attracted to people like ourselves. You know, it's just the way it is, and this is, no matter what culture you are, no matter what color you are, no matter what religion you are, this is just the kind of Nothing the way it is. Yeah, we can live together, but it's a pretty hard thing to do. Everyone would have to be on the same page. Mind your own business. You do your thing, I do my thing. But it never works out that way. It is. It is. It's just human nature. It's just the way it is, you know.
Look exactly like me. But
Now,
you
let's see if I
actually
can
got
change
them.
this thing, guys.
Huh. Oh.
Right. I think I got it. Yeah, that should be it. It should click up there in a moment, guys. And thanks for telling me about that. I keep forgetting about changing it. Uh, Something like that should be kind of automatic, I suppose, but I think it used to be on the old platform.
Oh.
I just feel bad for people that can't find work and aren't safe. Absolutely. And that's what the system retro is. That's what it's for. That people, it's not about the work, it's feeling safe, you know, being persecuted because of your religion or, you know, that kind of stuff. So that's what the system is there for. The problem is, you know, yeah, you know, if you want to make more money and have a better economic life, it's cool as well, but it's not what the system was for, you know. But you can imagine, if you have an economy that's going good, you're going to get, you know, it's like if you were giving out free money on the street. You know, you're going to get flooded. And it will get to the stage where you'll have no money left. You know, that kind of stuff. So, just the way it is, you know. Yeah, that's it. We got it, guys. And there would be absolutely no problem here if that's how the system was going. If we got asylum seekers and, you know, refugees in that sense, the number would be a lot lower. And, you know, once they come in, you know, they'd assimilate a lot better. Obviously, they left a country that didn't want them, and they were in danger of their life, so they wouldn't be sentimental about it, if you know what I mean. Whereas if you're an economic migrant and, you know, you start getting things better here, you'll start to look at where you come from. How could I put this? With rose-coloured glasses, if you know what I mean. And then you want the place where you are to be a little bit more like that, which I think is unfair, you know. Because in most of these countries, as a Westerner, if you go over there and you try to change the system, well, they're not going to be too nice about it, you know? No problem, Zig. Hmm. No problem, no problem. Hmm. And good night, and thanks for stopping in, Crusader. I appreciate it. But, you know, goodwill is nice. But reality is always a little different. Reality will always trump most situations. But, stuff like this, let's say, is not sustainable. Not in long term, at least. Reality has always, how could I put this? Always comes into the equation eventually. Now, okay. Yeah, this is what I've done here. And I've worked on the other side as well. I have to get the center done shortly. We've always had tons of people coming to live here. There's never been a problem. But the sheer amount and the sheer volume, it's overwhelming. The government should have been way more careful, or at least, you know, do something with the infrastructure beforehand to take such a massive amount. But to welcome in hundreds of thousands of people looking for work, when there is no work, well, how are they going to live? You know what I'm saying? Not to mention it displaces the workers already here. But as I said, it was most likely spurred on by greedy corporations and stuff here that want cheap labour. That's what it always boils down to, guys. You know. Yeah, so what that, you know, tens of thousands of citizens will, you know, have to work for a lot less, or, you know, that kind of stuff. That's okay, you know. We can get cheap labour. It's a corporation dream. This is the only reason I can see why they're doing this, because under EU law, there's no obligation to do this, to take in economic migrants. Now, there is a condition if they're already in the EU. Obviously, there's a free travel. So, there's not much you can do about that, and that's okay, because you have the right to go in there work in their countries as well. But anyone outside the EU to take in economic migrants, we don't have an obligation, we don't have a responsibility to do so. So people are annoyed and they're confused, to be honest, about what's going on. But if you listen to people, you know, they'll say, oh, you know, but you have to EU. Nah, you don't. No. Greece, I think, proved that one. Yeah. The only explanation I have, Voltron, is cheap labour. And the people who would, how would I put this? The people who would benefit from this would be, you know, factories, corporations, stuff like that. Well, that's the way it was in the beginning. But, you know, as far as I know, they get the same wages here. You know? But a friend of mine, whether I can believe him or not, well, friend of a friend, more of an acquaintance, this was back in about 2010, you know, when it was kind of really coming in from 2010. But people came from a certain country and, you know, whatever, they settled, that was good. But he was on a contract in their country, was doing some work for a company, and he passed a building site, and there was a sign up on the gate, and it said, no Irish need apply. Now, whether you can believe that, that's another thing, it's just hearsay. You know? But I think the UK did an article on something similar, one of the tabloid newspapers. Now, there's another thing as well. You're basically setting up victims for corporations to use and abuse as well. And that's not good either. Yeah, so finish this side. I'll clean out the junk later. I gotta wait till the season. Yeah, when I'm pretty much finished it. So at least I got this one finished as well. And I've done quite a bit here. So what we do is we'll get down to it. I have one quest to do. We do our rounds. We'll come back and there's a few little pieces I've got to do here. But we've got to concentrate on these houses down here. And I still have bits and pieces to do. Well, this large area here. Yeah, doing little bits and pieces until eventually I get it all done. Which will take a bit of time, I'd say. Yeah, it's been fun. And then I'll figure out what I'm doing here. So section by section. So basically I'm working at the top and working my way down. 2 black rhinos in a zoo. Cool. Yeah, they're very rare apparently. About a foot of snow. Why, thank you, Voltron. So, okay. We'll just load up the game from here, where I just saved it. So we get some time to do something during this season. So, what I need to do is finish that quest for my kid. They're the only ones I'll touch, the family ones. They're kind of interesting and different. We get that one done quick. We do a round selling off the junk. We'll come back and then we'll start at the top. We'll finish that and then we'll move towards the other 4 houses and the paddocks. And then we'll have to probably be the most annoying part will be the taverns. There's a lot of fine placing in that one. Once we get that done, we can kind of move to the side and just move right down. We'll try and get it finished one area before we move, or at least almost done. And then if I think of something else to do, we can just kind of quickly revisit it, you know? Bits and pieces like that. But over the last week, I've spent a lot of time on this. I've even been on this about 4 hours today. I've also been, you know, fixing up the NPCs and whatever, but they did some kind of update for a new DLC, which is very disappointing. I won't be getting it. It's just a few outfits for your character, like a cook's outfit and stuff like that. And yeah, it's fine, but it's rubbish. But there's been problems with this since they did it. Stuff disappearing, you know, from the inventory, the new stuff, the plants getting cut clean from the game. I had to do a reload because of that. And the NPCs, well, before you could kind of turn it up by 10 times how they gain experience, and now they're pretty much stuck on the lowest setting. So I don't know if they'll fix that. Definitely retro, yeah. Oh, hi, Cajun. Saying just a normal hi today. And hi. And how have you been? Now, I'll get some soda and we'll move on. I get lost in building aspects. Yeah, the hours just fall away, don't they? Absolutely, yeah. Getting into a blank area where there's some problems and, you know, working it out, and then, you know, after a couple of hours that area is done. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Now, just get something to drink. We'll get this guy's quest, and then we'll hit that house. There's just a small bit to do. What I've been doing as well, I've been picking up certain unique objects and decorating the houses as well. So, on my travels, I'll be looking out for those. Yeah, sometimes you'll get a kind of block, I suppose. But in games like this, let's say, well, if you're playing on a game where the terrain was pretty flat, yeah, it would be easy to get a block. But strangely enough, in games like this where, you know, you've got to kind of work a bit, let's say, you know, the terrain won't let you do what you want to do. You kind of go in different ways, you know, and to a certain extent, a settlement can kind of design itself, you know. There's lots of things that I needed or wanted to do here, but I had to change my tactics because of certain little problems, and then you'll get a different outcome, and then they eventually, you know, all blend together. So, this is the quest. Deliver to Lambert. Okay, a spiked cudgel. Okay. What does he want a spiked cudgel for? Let's make him a cudgel. But I've been as weak as a kitten today. Blood pressure has been sky high.
He may look like an idiot and talk like an idiot. But
Well, the older settlers are starting to die off now. Unfortunately. Now, spiked cudgel. And it's very hard to breathe here as well because of the humidity. Maybe that's what's doing it. Yeah, yeah. It's got other things as well, you know. But building for building's sake, it's okay if you're really into it, I suppose. But this would, the interaction with the NPCs and lots of other things to do, it makes it way more playable. A lot of rain here as well. Yeah, it's pretty much about the same here. No, I don't even think I've made a spiked cudgel before. How would you, would it be on this side? Tools, weapons. Wooden weapons, stone weapons. No, it's spiked cudgel. Weapons. Iron weapons. Have we got a spiked cudgel here, guys? We're in trouble. Never had to make one before. Yeah, same here. I'm frying up here. Got all my windows open, fans on. Yeah, it's almost Christmas, guys. It's always the same here. Bronze weapons, copper weapons. Where's the spiked cudgel on this? Weapons. Stone weapons. Okay. This is a waste of time. Can you actually make one? Or would we have to buy one? Yeah, for me it's almost 3 AM. Yeah. Okay, we're going around and sure. We'll probably buy one. But if it's here, yeah, I've never seen it. Oh, this is tools. So obviously it's not in that. I haven't seen a spiked cudgel. Maybe it's made from a different material. Bronze. No, it's basically the same thing. Copper. Oh, hang on. There it is, spiked cudgel. It's copper actually, guys. Nice. Cool. No, it's actually copper. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be making that kind of junk, so... First time I've ever had to make it. There we go. It's apparently copper. The iron ones are pretty kind of straightforward, medieval stuff. The cudgel is kind of silly. Copper, yeah. Yeah, just the last all you have, replace it with an E. Yep. Right, let's give him that and we'll say we try and get rid of this guy as quick as possible. But basically, if you keep him sweet, he'll have, when I change over to that character, he'll have a lot more skills. Where is he anyway? Oh, he's standing on a plant. Okay, is that a weapon for me? Be careful, don't get yourself dirty. Blood stains are hard to wash away. I can always take my shirt off, just, blah blah blah. Smash them, thank you, Dad. Get some practice at a quiet spot, try not to hurt any neighbours. Done. Alright, that's it, we got it. No, you can't. No chromatic metal in this game, Voltron. Or sometimes, just having a rough, idea of what you want. The rest usually comes naturally. Here I knew I wanted to do something different with the trees. So once I lined out the trees, and then, I have a certain system where I'd center stuff, according to the fields and that. And then slowly it kind of comes together. Yeah.
Wait, where was I?
Yeah, this one here. It was just a road when I came. I'll show you. Well, let's say putting in so many trees, the trade-off is you can't see the city so well from the air, but on the ground it looks a lot better. You see, with all the trees, you can't really see how big this place is. But it looks really good on the ground. Copper, yeah? Yeah. It can. Just take your time. It'll be okay. Copper, yeah? So, placing the trees not as difficult as you'd think. You'd put down a fence, let's say one of those stick fences, but you wouldn't actually build it. That's a good kind of template, to kind of work along. And then just squeeze in, within reason, as many trees as you can. Now, if I didn't squeeze in those trees, it would look way better from the air. But not so much on the ground. I've already done a settlement like that on the other map. But because of the crops here, obviously the center of the settlement is wide open. This has been fun, actually. This has been very fun. Now, let's see if we can get this one done. I doubt I'll be doing it on this stream because 10 hours goes nowhere on this game. Okay, that's not too bad. He's right here, guys. He's shown up in my settlement. This is not fully decorated yet. This is the last piece I have to do, the center. This is what I'm working on now. I've done the left-hand side, I've done the center and the roadway, and I've done the right-hand side. So, this is the piece that's left. But I've been kind of going above and beyond on this with the smaller decorations inside, which tends to take a lot of time. Yeah. Yeah, this is not too bad, but if you could move about a bit more, it would be cool. Oh, okay, hang on. I'll finish this one later. I kind of do it in layers. If you start trying to finish one area before moving on, it blanks your mind. When you get onto an idea, you better move on it quick. Here he is.
Hello there.
Okay. Sugar, he wants carrots. 154 of them. Okay. We can probably buy them. Sticks, stones, and a winter cap. We'll have to make those, guys. I think he literally means a winter cap. Okay, let's see if we can make 49 of those, and yeah, Well, we'll never grow the carrots in time, obviously. And the season before, I literally just sold about 150 carrots. Okay, we'll try the winter camp anyway. We'll see what we need for that. I think it's just wool. He just needs 49. I'll make those. I'll put them into storage, and we'll see if we can buy the carrots. If we're lucky, we should be able to buy enough. Okay, where are we going? Once I'm 100% finished this, I'll just go to the summer, clean it up, give it a save, and then when I'm uploading it or showing it, you know, it'll be all finished. 49 winter camps. The first time I got a quest like this, I thought it was actually a mushroom, but no, it's literally a winter camp. And working clothes. Oh, these are new. Blacksmith set, you see it? Cook set. And yeah, but the NPCs don't wear it, so what's the point? No, there's none in the game. There's oh, let me see. There's onions, carrots, cabbage. What else is there? Beetroot. That's it. Yeah, only you can wear it, so it's rubbish. Apparently, it gives you a little boost if you're doing those, but yeah, who does that? You know. It's a disappointing DLC. Yeah, it really is. These are the new ones. Working clothes, padded armor, great clothes, decent clothes. What are we looking for? Winter. Oh, winter clothes should be here. Let me see. Standard, decent, great, padded, working, backpacks, mount. No, okay. We're going to standard. Winter, there it is. Winter camp. There it is. We need 49, guys. What I said, 49, wasn't it? Yeah. 49. It's lucky I had a ton of junk, you know that. No. Yeah, I was hoping in this game if you just put stuff into the trunk they'd use it, but no. They'd just spawn into their own stuff. Unfortunately, but that would have been cool, you know. No, nothing for the villagers, just for you. They'll give you more sets if you buy the DLC, but it's very disappointing. If there was more building stuff, more, well, not the plants, but more bric-a-brac and stuff, or stuff, let's say, you know, when you're doing a shelf, instead of doing it the really hard way that I did, you know, literally dropping stuff into place, you could, you know, just pack some stuff in that way. All this stuff was done by hand, which takes a long time to do. Now it's the carrots down. Okay, let's go. Now I'll just go and get the rest of the food, and There's a good bit of story in this. Remember what kind of game it is, Cajun? Compared to No Man's Sky and Valheim, you know, it's 100 times the story of those games, you know. So they're not really big on the story. But for the kind of game it is, it's about the most story I've ever seen, you know. But a game like this, let's say, would, you know, with a map as big as Skyrim, with the same graphics, with this kind of building, and, you know, some really good quests, that would be something to behold. That would be a masterpiece. It is. It absolutely is. Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, what was it, about 25, 30 euros, let's say, full price. But I wouldn't mind giving 70 for this if they did the stuff, you know. I don't even know if the tech is out there, you know. You know, they'll be doing a script engine. It would take a lot. But imagine Skyrim, guys. Imagine the new Elder Scrolls. If the story was even better, let's say, than Skyrim, The map size is okay. You know, brilliant new dungeons, lots of cool stuff, lots of quests. And they'll give you a large area where you could build your castle, like this. Your own village, kind of thing, to this size. That would be amazing, you know. But if I was doing something like that, you know, where you could, you know, kind of in Skyrim, or a kind of Skyrim thing, you know, you could, let's say people you do quests for, you could bring them in to your town, you know, your followers and stuff. It would be pretty cool. Elder Scrolls 6 will be, probably, yeah, but it's most likely going to be rubbish, you know. Yeah, it's most likely going to be rubbish. Okay, so what are we doing? Oh yeah, we're going back to get the food. So, we gotta buy up a lot of carrots. We need 154. Oh, summer, of course. Oh, we'll just get rid of this junk for a minute, guys. Oh, sell it off. Carrot cake, yeah. Nah. Because how can you really? Every successive update they've done, they've messed it up horribly every single time, even worse than before. They had a chance really to prove that, you know, they could be trusted with the Elder Scrolls, with Starfield. This was something where they could start from scratch and do their own lore. You see what they came up with? So no. I'm not joking, guys. You could pull maybe a dozen people off the street. They could come up with a better storyline and some better quests than I've seen in Starfield. Out from the bugs and the boringness of the whole thing. You could just pull 12 random people off the street. You know? Yeah. Yeah, or something like that would be interesting enough. But I don't know. I really don't understand the world anymore, apparently. It's like I've woken up in the Twilight Zone, you know? Like, how hard is it, guys, to write a quest? If they're too mean to pay any writers, there's tons of fans that could send in their ideas for a quest and they'd do it for free. You know, they wouldn't want maybe just a mention or something. You know, the community, like, you know, they've been propping up Bethesda Game Studios for the longest time. You know, the community themselves, you know, the fans, they've been making quests, they've been fixing their bugs, you know. I don't understand it, yeah. Before, it was easy enough, you know, track the money. Now that doesn't even make sense. They're doing stuff now, let's say, that's breaking companies. Yeah, companies are losing billions and they're getting broken because of it. And they still persist and double down. I don't know. I think during the pandemic some kind of rot set in, you know. Some sort of infection. And we're still dealing with it today. Oh, they are. All thanks to subsidies and stuff like that. Right, I think we're ready. Oh yeah, hang on. This is summer, so we need to just get rid of some of this junk here. Yeah. Well, the way I see it here, anyway, across Europe, you know, let's say within the past 12 months, cost of living has maybe risen by maybe 15%, and wages are stagnant or have just gone up a couple of percent. So, we're getting less and less, you know. And then this AI stuff. Well, personally, I think it's a Ponzi scheme, a kind of scam for investors, you know. I can't see them push it very far with the tech they have now. I think it's a Ponzi scheme. But let's say out from that, let's say they managed to get it to do what they wanted to do, which is basically everything. So they can sack all their workers. Well, you know, if nobody's working, nobody's getting money, who's going to buy these companies' products? I don't know. I might try to sell my apartment here in Belgium. Yeah, if the conditions are right, you know, if you got something else lined up. But a garage also. Nice. Yeah, if you had, let's say, something lined up just as good or maybe a bit better, you saw yours, move into the other one and have something left over, that would be good. But, you know, selling something, let's say even though you think you're getting a good price for it, Cajun, and then when you want to replace it with something similar and it's costing you much more, might not be the best idea. Something on that you'd want to have the groundwork done, you know? Back in 2020, yeah. So that would have been about 5 years ago. I don't know much about the way house prices are going, to be honest, in Belgium. Yeah. Yeah. Like, let's say you give 175. Let's say you get 250 for it. Okay, you think you're okay. I'm at 75k. And then you look around and you wind up giving maybe even a little more for something the same. Yeah. Well, that's always been the case, you know, a kind of roller coaster, isn't it? The only way actually to make any money, let's say from property like that, Cajun, would be if you had massive amounts of money. You know, let's say you had, I mean, tons of money, and then the economy, the whole bottom dropped out. You know, and you were getting houses that were going for 200k for like 50 and 60. You'd buy up a ton of those, you'd rent them out, and you'd wait till the prices go up. Just like what the hedge funds do, you know, the vulture hedge funds, you know. Obviously, to upgrade, yeah. It depends, you know. You might be luckier, you know, but I definitely have something lined up. Like, if I could sell mine for 250, and beforehand I was looking around and there was one that was in a better location for me and the house was maybe even a little better, and it was maybe 220, or, you know, even, no, I'd go for it, yeah. But it would have to be foolproof. Got a loan for it, yeah. To the bank, yeah. Okay, let's just get rid of this junk. 650 a month. Yeah, that's pretty decent. Depends on how many bedrooms it is, where it's located. There's a lot of different factors, isn't there? Hmm. Yeah. But to make real money, let's say at that landlord thing, you'd want to have a lot of houses. And then the overheads as well. Obviously, I don't know what it's like in Belgium, but you need a special insurance. You know, modern insurance wouldn't do. You'd want a kind of tenant insurance thing. Then you could get some nasty tenants that could put you back a bit, maybe doing damage or you'd have to evict them, and that takes time. So, to make money, you'd want to have maybe at least a dozen houses in the right area. And that's a lot of money, you know. You'd have your overheads, obviously, your taxes, your accountants, your insurance costs and stuff. Mm. Yeah, it's 50 garages. Nice. Yeah, depending, yeah. He's rich, yeah. Well, let's say, I know a lot of guys, let's say, they would kind of pick up properties for really, really cheap. Nobody wanted them. And they would use them for certain things, they'd just invest in them. And then, 20 years down the line, they're worth a fortune, Like, take my wife's uncle. He bought up about half a dozen houses, and they were kind of like derelict kind of things. But he needed the area, let's say, in the backyards. I think he used it for storage or something. But during the boom here, they wanted to expand some part of the town, of the city, and they needed his land. So there was a compulsory order, so he had to sell it. So he made like a bomb on that, and they built him a huge house, massive house. And yeah, like I know a guy that bought some property for 70k about 25 years ago, and during the boom, the same property was valued at 2.3 million. It's ridiculous the way the prices went, but it was a bubble. That's the time, guys. Buy cheap, buy when things are going cheap, and then sell when something stupid like that happens. Mm. Mm. That would be a good thing as well. Yeah, renting parking spaces, containers and stuff like that. Yeah, but setting it up, let's say, it's not just as simple as just doing that. When you're starting a business, there's a lot of overheads and a lot of kind of hidden little things, And do that 50 times, yeah. So, just if you, well, money is always, well, the way it is now anyway, money, let's say it's losing value all the time. Investing it in something that's rock solid, properties and, land and stuff, I suppose. But, to make something like that really count, you'd want to be a lot of it. Yeah, yeah. The same with well, it was the 70s and 80s. The same with my wife's uncle. I think he's passed. Yeah. I remember a piece of property near me. And a friend of mine had a friend who was selling it, and I needed the place for storage. And I was asking him about it, but he kind of poo-pooed me. No, no, he said, it's not for you. It's just a rundown place and whatever. He probably thought, I suppose, that he couldn't con me with it, because I'd know. But eventually sold cheap enough, whatever. And I think within about 3 months of it happening, some people needed to build some kind of DOE center, whatever the case may be. So it went up by about 1400% in value. Yeah, you'll get friends or you get friends of friends that think that they've got a God-given right to overcharge you for stuff, that you're some kind of idiot, you know. It's like if something is worth, let's say, £1,000, but you're related to them or a friend, they expect to get £3,000 for that, you know. Those kind of idiots, yeah. Yeah. So he knew, he knew that if he asked me what he thought he'd get, yeah, I'd probably just throw him in over the edge. I'd take that as an insult. So, yeah, he was looking for a sucker, you know. But in the end, he was the sucker, you know. Yeah, that kind of guy. Those guys don't ever go far, Cajun, you know. They never really amount to anything. They're scheming too much, you know. It's a really, really unattractive trait in a guy, scheming, yeah. You know, if they spend half of the energy actually, being more enterprising, they make a lot more money, than the scheming. Yeah. Just some people with that personality, unfortunately. You know. Always lying and scheming and scamming, yeah. And always looking for loans and help and stuff. Yeah. That kind of stuff.
Just to get these items.
Oh, he's here, is he? What are you talking about? Okay. Okay, let's see the vendor here. I thought I heard a vendor there for a moment. No, just that guy. No vendor. Okay, we're ready to go. There's always an angle. Yeah. Always an angle. They're always looking to profit in some way. And, because they're probably, you know them so well, they're friendly with you. They think that, you have to pay a premium or something. Nah. They don't know the value of true friendship. But they're easy enough to spot. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I can kind of understand it, let's say. Some people, that's how they live. But I cannot understand it when it's used on another family member. I think family is the most important thing. And, even if you are a schemer and a scammer, whatever, at least, do it with strangers, Trying to do it within a family unit, it's a horrible thing to see, Yeah, it can be. It can be. Yeah. Oh, not good. Yeah, it's a pity. Oh, it's usually a product of nurture, isn't it? About 150 kilos, yeah? My. Yeah, that's kind of harmless enough. I know a friend of mine one time, and his dad, he must have been about my age at that time. I was in my 20s. Pretty fit. This guy was in his late 50s, like me. And my God, the stories he used to say. I found them funny, but I also found them offensive. That he expected people to believe his rubbish. But he was saying, oh yeah, I walked into a nightclub and, there was a bouncer at the door and he tried to push me around, you know, and I jumped up in the air and I hit him on the chest with my 2 feet and, spinned around in the air and landed on my feet. He was probably watching some kind of martial arts Jackie Chan movie or something. This guy could barely walk with a Zimmer frame, which is quite funny, but also at the same time insulting because he was serious. Yeah. I thought this guy that said that was an idiot, to be honest. Uh, Definitely had some problems. Yeah, it's not good to hear, to be honest. I kind of, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you just smile, obviously, and but like a 60-year-old man, doing Bruce Lee tactics, and he could barely walk to the other end of the driveway. Uh, Never did exercise or hard labor in his life. You know, yeah, I suppose so. It might be an attention thing or whatever, but what I found most insulting about it's funny enough, and yeah, it's just harmless, to be honest. But when somebody tells you that and they expect you to believe it, is it not underestimating your intelligence, I suppose? You know, that could be the offensive thing. Yeah, no, it's not good. I could never be drawn to anyone like that with a personality like that. Even be friends with them because they're incapable of having friends, you know. Mm. Yeah? But that kind of personality is not all that common on occasion. I think in my entire lifetime, about half a dozen people I've met with that kind of personality. I remember a distant relative of mine, her husband. Oh my God! Oh my God! He was the biggest Pinocchio in the entire world. Yeah, I was at a door and put my cell phone was down, so I went home again. So he was at my front door. Oh, yeah, but he was telling me. I thought that I was actually believing it as well, but my God, this guy got on my nerves. But he was telling me about when he was young, yeah? But basically, he said he was working at Manchester United, the soccer team, and he was janitor there, okay? That's believable enough. You're sweeping up. It's not, you don't have to be anyone special to be a janitor at Manchester United Stadium. I think it was Old Trafford. But he said the manager was no, they were losing the game or something. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's believable. Yeah, it's believable. But listen to the rest of the story. They were losing the game anyway, and the manager comes in and he said, "Let's say his name is John. Well, John, you see how things are going. What would you do?" uh, like the manager was asking him for advice on the game. I felt like strangling him, to be honest. Yeah, you know what I mean? Then there was another story where he said he used to fly from here over to the UK to London, and he was dating someone that was in movies, but like a gentleman doesn't kiss and tell. So he was hobnobbing with movie stars, that kind of stuff. But when he used to land in the airport, when he'd call a taxi, the taxi drivers used to fight to see who'd get his fare. His fare, that kind of stuff. This guy was the greatest idiot I've ever met, to be honest. His delusion, it was endless. Hmm. Nah, it was, honestly, I really felt like assaulting him. But I had to just smile, you know, you know, all of this stuff. Then he said that his sister's father-in-law was was head of the council for the Irish Republican Army, which is an illegal terrorist organization. And I said to myself, well, they're not much of a terrorist organization if, you're going around, you know what I mean? Pointing out the head, that secret head of that organization, to everyone who would listen. That's like saying, oh, my father-in-law is he's head of the what do you call those guys? The Masons, So that kind of stupid, the CIA, something like that, yeah. But like usually, if you're the brains behind a terrorist organization, you don't have an idiot walking around telling everyone who you are. So obviously a blatant lie, Why he thought that would get him attention, I don't know, to be honest. Those kind of idiot lies. He was a horrible, horrible guy. That kind of stuff. But he was probably the worst ever. I've seen it, that kind of stuff. Right, it's getting late now anyway, so we'll just get this in the morning, we'll head off. Yeah? Was he that bad? But dating movie stars, that really crossed the line. Oh! And listen to this. Yeah. This was another one of his stories. Really? From a different country? That's kind of weird. Oh yeah, he used to meet up in the pub. He had two mates, where they used to go out for a drink together. One was David Niven. Now, David Niven was an old British actor. You probably heard of him. And the other guy was Altry, I think, an ex-Prime Minister of the UK. So his drinking buddies he used to meet up with was an ex-Prime Minister and a movie star. Really. He's probably the Emperor of Delusion. Yeah. Oh, and he had tea with the Queen, obviously. Yeah. He had tea with the Queen. That kind of stuff. Yeah, some big friends. But he was the biggest name-dropping idiot I have ever seen. Which is even bad if you actually knew these people. But, when you were making up a ton of lies, it made it all so much worse. Probably, yeah. Probably. Oh, this guy was, he was quite a dude, He was quite a dude. And then, not 5 seconds after, he tried to borrow money from you. Yeah. That kind of idiot. Yeah. Oh, hi Chris. And how have you been? Right, I think we're ready to go, guys. We'll sleep it off and then we'll head out. Oh yeah. But he was the worst I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot. But yeah, he was really something special. Or else he thought I had the IQ of a beetroot. One or the other. I'm surprised he didn't say that he worked for the Secret Service. About the only lie I think he didn't tell me. No, I don't think that they have delusions about it. I think they want to feel important occasion, and they think everyone else is stupid, that they'll believe their lies. Yeah, I think it's more set in something like that, where they think everyone is stupid, But they think because they scheme, you know. Uh, yeah, yeah. I remember a neighbour of mine a long, long time ago. I was nothing more than a kid, maybe in my late 20s. But, you know, we'd be going out and she'd strike up a conversation, you know, that kind of stuff. But the kind of very, very manipulative person, she'll tell you a story. Oh, yeah, I was doing such thing today, and this guy was ill, and then I did this. But these stories would be going on for a couple of weeks. But she would use these lie stories as a kind of a justification for something was coming. So she'd meticulously plan something out, and then she'd place a lot of stuff, you know what I mean, a lot of stories beforehand to justify it, and kind of build up slowly. That's the kind of planning. Yeah, that's the kind of planning she would do. And then she'd want some favour, or she'd want cash. I never ever gave her favours or cash. Yeah. Kind of a very childish thing. Yeah. No. I was about 27. She would have been a few years older. Yeah, this was a full-grown adult. Yeah. I'm very, very familiar with the personality. Yeah. Where, let's say if you had a friend that wanted to hit you up for $1,000 occasion, and just didn't come out and say, yeah, give me the $1,000. But, you know, a couple of weeks before they say, oh, yeah, my dad is sick, and yeah, and then they'd leave it there. And then they'd say, oh, yeah, no problem, we got him in, we got the thing, my insurance is covering him, yeah. And then they'd leave it for a few days again, and then they'd say, oh, got a call from my insurance company, and they want me to come down to see them, and they'd make it really elaborate. And then they'd come back and say that the insurance company wants $1,000, you know. My dad needs it, you know. Can I have $1,000? And not just, you know, they'd have an elaborate little story, you know, that kind of. And I just made that up out of my head, but you know, that kind of way. I've given out a lot of money to family to help them, and yeah, they stiffed me. But I knew when I was giving it that, you know, you never give anything that you can't afford to get back. But it would be quite a bit, yeah. I've done it as well. You'll do a lot for family, and they'll take advantage of it. I would say over my lifetime, oh my good God, I don't know, anywhere from 70 to 100k. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely believe you 100%. Like, I've been around a while. But I suppose if you averaged it out for every year I was alive, maybe about 2k a year on people like that, you know. Oh yeah, you see how they go through it, and you don't see them when they're wasting that money as quickly as they can. Yeah, and then when it's all gone, they'll come back. But when he got to 40k, did he see if you were okay? Did you need any help? Nah, I bet he didn't. Yeah, I know the type. Well, basically, if you want to keep friends, don't give them money. And anyway, friends should not ask you for money. I don't know why I'm even picking that, but... Okay, let's go. Now, let's check this for a moment. Just a management here for 5 seconds. Okay, farming. Just a few guys here I want to check. God, They busted the XP for these guys. They're way too slow. Yeah, since the update. Mm. Oh, I never ever got any of my money back. A relative of mine, he was collecting his. He bought a new automobile, and yeah, he had to collect it, but he wasn't there to give the rest of the money. It wasn't a ton, but still. Yeah, that was 12 years ago. I still haven't received the money. My own fault. But as I said, you know, it didn't really matter that much to me whether I got it back or not. But the way I look at it is, he sold me out cheap. You know. Yeah, no, he sold me cheap. And that means really, he kind of fiddled for a low amount of money, which if he had to play his cards right, he could have getting a lot more. So, yeah, he sold me pretty cheap. It was worth it to see the structure of the guy, Hmm. Hmm. No, no. I very rarely ever get money back. I stopped doing that a long time ago. Yeah, I stopped doing it a long time ago. Right, let's go, guys. There's a bunch of wolves, so I have to avoid them. It's just mostly gaming I do these days. To be honest, when I was younger, I never had the time. I've always done a little bit of gaming, since the late 70s. But, since my engineer retired, I got a lot more time. But, I don't read as much as I used to because it gives me migraines. But I do still read a bit. So when I watch something, it's usually some kind of factual documentary, something of repute, not conspiracy theories and stuff like that, something in science or whatever the case may be, something that would hold my interest, but not as much reading as I used to. Too hard on my eyes. Go for a walk whenever I can with my doggos. The usual stuff. I'm pretty easily pleased. Prefer my own company or, the company of others. It doesn't really bother me. So I'm kind of okay. Some good Yeah, I do watch the conspiracy series sometimes for a kind of laugh, to be honest. All good conspiracy theories have a grain of truth somewhere. But one of the main reasons, let's say, the fake moon landing conspiracy came out, but they needed special cameras and whatever to work in space, and they designed something, and I think some director was in it as well, the lighting or whatever, but he helped him design it, whatever, and I think they gave him some cameras or the rights to use them after he made a lot of movies, and yeah, then that kind of went into that. But it's very how could I put this? It's very very hard to believe, yeah. But it appears to me that it was real, I could understand, let's say, if they were doing a space race and it didn't seem to be working and whatever, they'd kind of fake that and then do it whenever they had the time. But I don't think that's the case. I have not seen one shred of evidence, out from the fact that as a payment, they gave him some cameras, and NASA gave that director some cameras, and then that kind of morphed into, well, the director shot the movie for him, I don't know, to be honest. I've looked into that one a good bit, occasion. But remember, there's a lot of people out there that will say anything to get attention. I'm not saying it's real, and I'm not saying it's not. But to me, it looks to be quite genuine. They had von Braun, that German scientist. They had a lot of people on that, and they had a lot of astronauts there. Some people, let's say, they were very patriotic and very honest and very good. But a secret like that in the US to be held would, nah, I don't think so. For that to be fake, you'd have to have, some pretty reputable people, hundreds of very, very reputable people to be absolute liars, But, it's good for YouTube and it gets a lot of views and stuff like that. But I do know that as a payment to some director, they give him some cameras from that, and he liked to use them in his movies, and I think that's how the whole thing kind of started off. I'm not sure. To be honest. I don't know a lot about it. Retro. Yeah. But the tech was there in spades, Even back in the late 60s. But any conspiracy theory occasion, it's pretty easy to kind of debunk, in a sense. Like, all of the information that you've gathered on that, and the same as mine, really, is just sources from other people. Other people can lie, that's the problem. And the people, the ones, say, responsible for pushing out the conspiracy theories would be writing books and profiting from it and stuff like that. So, a great deal of what you hear is inaccurate, Oh, there always to be a doubt. Is anything 100%? No. Nothing is in itself 100%. But to me, anyway, from the information that I could gather, it weighs heavily, massively towards it being true. Yeah, there was probably a few. Lots of theories, yeah. We could go with the stuff with, drinking blood of kids. That was an interesting one, wasn't it? Where some politicians would have kids in a cellar that would scare them, and then they would drink their blood to get the adrenaline rush. Like, what kind of vampire movie did those guys watch? Then there was that one, then there was the lizard people, then there's the flat earth. Not much, no. Not a ton on the moon. Now, when that comet came out, what was it called again? The Atlas something or whatever it was, you remember that? Ton of stuff about aliens, spaceships, and they're going to the moon, and the reason why NASA never went back to the moon is they found kind of ruins of another civilization, and they were being watched and stuff like that. Yeah. But is there a lot of stuff in space we know zero about? Yeah, there's tons. Is there anyone out there? Highly unlikely. Highly, highly, highly unlikely. It is very, very unique, It crashed, let's say, at the forming of Earth. It did kind of crash about 70% on. We collected most of its metal core, which was quite fortunate for us. It kept within our gravity and held us like a kind of, held our gravity, stopped us from, drifting out from the sun, kept us in that so-called Goldilocks zone. The extra metal we got from that gave us a really, really, really good magnetic shield. We're pretty fortunate. And of course, the crash, let's say, did give us the spin, and it did give us the tilt we have, for the seasons. But there's so many 1,000,000-to-1 shots that actually made the Earth what it is. It's unbelievable. Yeah, easily 1,000,000,000 to 1. Hmm. Yeah, it's what is it? It's 1/3. Is it 1/4, 1/3 the size of Earth or something? I think 1/3, isn't it? Yeah. Hmm. Nothing proven. Yeah, I've yet to see a shred of evidence with any conspiracy theory. So basically, you're just trusting what people say. That's never a good way to go. Hmm. It does have a pull on the Earth for the tides. Yeah, it does. Hmm. No, well, we have a fair idea of the physics, all right, in our old solar system. Um, but the likes of that Comet Levy, let's say, and that Atlas one, yeah, so that kind of put us back a little bit. Mm. No, no, we'll never really know that much about it. I think, to be honest, it's just too vast. You know, it's way way too vast. But we definitely are making progress. Mm. I don't believe there was ever any aliens in our system. Now, space itself is so vast, with so many billions of possibilities. The chances of an intelligent life being out there is actually quite high. But our solar system, and maybe even our galaxy, probably zero. Um, but if there, as I said before, if there is anything out there, it's going to be so far away. It might as well not be there. Yeah, it would be like an ant, let's say in the UK, and then there was an ant, let's say in Antarctica. They'd never meet up and see each other. I think it's something like that. You know. Oh, hi, Atkins. Yeah, it's been a while. How have you been? You still playing Fallout? Apparently, there is frozen water apparently on Mars. Well, a lot of the planets, Cajun, let's say, would have been kind of comparable to Earth at the time, but because of their magnetic fields and their spin, and they couldn't hold on to their atmosphere, it would have been stripped, you know, billions of years ago by solar winds. So it never really had time, to create life. But water is pretty abundant in the universe. Hmm. No, Ninja go. Oh, nice. At the moment, cool, cool. Yeah, the atmosphere. Yeah, it was pretty much lost. But so many freak things happened. Let's say in the forming of our planet. Made us very, very fortunate. And even things that say, even when there was life, let's say, some catastrophes that kind of cleared a way for our species. You know, some of the large extinction events, for instance. Mm. Only at the beginning. Oh, nice. Yeah, we're doing a bit of building and we're trying to finish up Atkins on Medieval Dynasty. And we're just doing a little bit of shopping. But that's our settlement way back there behind those trees, and we can show you from the map. And it's a big E. Yeah, so that's it there. We've been doing a lot of work on that guy. Midway, nice. It's a pretty good game, VP. Yeah, and how have you been? I'm almost finished. Well, I got all my achievements a long time ago, so I haven't built on this map. Once I do, I'll probably never play it again. But it's a great game, I started on Xbox and tried it on my new, and it's not working. Oh, that's strange. Call of Duty. Never really into those kind of multiplayer shooters. Yeah, that's a paywall that Microsoft, I think, are getting rid of shortly, Cajun. When they come out with their new console where you can get Steam games, and Steam is coming out with some kind of hybrid thing as well, and Sony. They said they're dropping that one. So you'll be able to play multiplayer, and those multiplayer games without a Game Pass. Whether they'll actually stick to that promise is another thing, but if they don't, they're pretty much dead in the water. So I think they'll have no choice. Yeah? The 360 days, yeah. I think it was their best console, to be honest. Every console they had was rubbish after that. Right, okay. Let's do a bit of shopping. I just got to do my runs here and then we'll be good. There's usually a bandit camp spawns in here. We'll give it a check as well. Although I got it last season, and that'll be there again. It's the only way I can get certain items. The only one I found that spawns them in. Yeah. I don't know. I see the whole console thing anyway. It's really dying out. But AI is definitely not going to help that. But a lot of, well, there's 3 main companies that's providing the RAM, let's say, for consoles, PCs, and all that stuff. I think Samsung have about 46%, 44% of the world market. Micron, a US-based company, has about 26, 27. There's another guy, I think it's called Spinks or Sticks or something. That is another 20-something, then about another 7 or 8% with various people. Samsung has refused RAM to one of its own companies, one of its subsidiaries that would be doing cell phones. They tried to requisition some RAM and they were refused. Sony said that they wanted to maximize profits selling it to AI. So that's 44% of RAM pretty much gone. Then the US company Micron have made a statement saying that up till January they'll be winding down their operations, selling out RAM, let's say, to the public and console makers and that, to focus on AI. So there's one guy left. God knows how that's going to go. Micron have also said that in the new year, even before the contract is up, they'll be renegotiating contracts. They want 100% more for RAM. So it's going to get really bad, guys. Yeah. But more than you even know. Yeah. More than you even know. Yeah, well, RAM is in everything, Cation. It will affect PC even more. It will even affect cell phones. Anything that uses RAM, anything that uses memory, is pretty much done. Yeah. It is. I think AI is more of a. Oh, how could I put this? It's an investor scam, plain and simple. I think it's a bubble, and I think it will burst. At least I hope it does. What have we seen from it so far? We've seen some AI videos on YouTube, and we've seen a ton of slop in games that's not worth buying or watching. I don't think they've got compatible tech, let's say, to make it really work. As in, manual stuff and stuff like that. Sure, it will get rid of a lot of the help desks and that kind of stuff. But did you ever try to contact the company going through AI? It's pretty bad. Microsoft have, really doubled down. They've really embraced AI, unfortunately. Apparently now, 30% of the coding done on all Microsoft games is done by AI, and it absolutely shows. It's rubbish. Yeah, just AI generated junk. They are. Yeah, they were never good anyway, to be honest. Microsoft will always pawn you off to some third world country Atkins to some guy who would just gaslight you, you know. And now it's just getting done by AI. No. Well, eventually, to be honest, I think it's a scam. Well, put it this way. You remember when everyone had high hopes for AI? When they ploughed, what, 500 billion into it? And then they said they were going to plough in another 500 billion. Yeah? And then the Chinese come up with something better in 3 months for a couple of $1 million and said to the world, here you go, you can have it for free. If that wasn't uncovering a scam, I don't know what is, you know. Yeah. Well, they had high hopes that, let's say, it would be able to do some of the basic stuff, you know. Where games, let's say, it would do most of the coding and, you know, you might get games cheaper and stuff like that. Well, the companies had high hopes. Yeah. That kind of stuff, you know. No, can't even do that. I've heard some, I've said this before, I've heard some interesting stories from people that would be in that industry. And when I say I've heard it, like, let's say, on YouTube and stuff like that, not actually in person. But these people would have been big names in AI. Now, whether it's true or not is another thing. Whether they did tests on AI, especially that one the Chinese did, what is it called again, with that whale symbol and Chat GPT. And basically, they did the old scenario, you know, we're going to turn it off. So basically, they put the AI in charge of the text messages and emails. So one guy was pretending to have an affair, and then he was ordered from head office to turn off AI. And then the AI tried to blackmail him into leaving it on. There's that story, whether it can be believed or not. Then the other one where you're working in this room with dangerous chemicals, and there's kind of an emergency door that's locked, and you've got to push a button and the AI will let you out. And then they did some emails saying that this guy was going to turn off the AI, and they kind of pretended it was an accident, and he tried to get out, and the AI let him die 97% of the time. Then there was a kind of dumber version of AI. I think it was ChatGPT. That let him die, I think, 67% and this kind of stuff. Then they tried it with the so-called robotic laws, you know, you won't hurt a human, blah, 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 which kind of worked out pretty good because the AI that was killing this guy 97% of the time dropped down to about 37%. So that kind of stuff. Whether it's to be believed or not, you know. But I don't see a threat from AI coming from a kind of Terminator scenario, to be honest. I see it, well, the one we'd have to contend with is the replacement of workers. I mean, on a massive scale. That would cause a backlash that the world has never seen. But it's not going to be cheaper for you, Cation. You see, this is the problem. Not for you. They're not, no. What they would do with that is they would make stuff cheaper, it would be worse, and yeah, it would be very expensive to you, you know. Another thing that AI is doing, because of the RAM prices going up, a lot of people now are not even going to buy consoles or PCs. What they've been doing is they've been unfortunately going to cloud streaming in droves. Microsoft have announced that they've got a 45% increase in cloud streaming. Yeah, that's bad. That's really bad. You can understand, you know, they don't have to buy expensive consoles and whatever the case may be. But in the end it will be, no, not for the customer. The end is going to be catastrophic. If Microsoft get enough people over there, and people will follow suit, we're toast. Yeah, we're absolutely toast. It'll be crazy, like $40, $50 a month. Yeah. They will if you can't buy a PC without mortgaging your home. All companies are dying in one sense or another. But if you can't afford now to buy a PC or a console, if it's like $2,000 for an Xbox, or if they stop making them, or whatever the case may be. Well, even the way it is, they've got a 45% increase on that. Now, remember I was saying for years about Game Pass? Occasion it was about, well, you were probably not here. I was saying it's a bad idea. When they get enough people over, they'll jack the price something unreal. So over the last 3 years, they've jacked the price so many times, it's unbelievable. They'll do exactly the same with cloud gaming. Yeah. To not own anything, to rent it, to pay them non-stop, and be happy and consume. That's what they want, and they're getting there. Indirectly, let's say, from the RAM thing. Yeah, but I've been saying it for years. It's not good. Yeah. But it will get to the stage. Well, I hope it won't. But it might get to the stage when, you won't be able to buy a console or a PC because of the RAM. Like AI have been giving triple what is getting on the market, because they don't mind if they're overpaying, because they're doing a scam with investors, and they still get money. Like, how many times does Microsoft have to lie to people before they understand who they're dealing with? They told everyone that they were doing exclusives and you wouldn't play Starfield unless you had an Xbox. People bought Xbox, and then they said, oh no, we're giving it to Sony and we're giving it to PC. So they did an absolute 360 in that. They told the FTC that if they bought Activision Blizzard, that it wouldn't sack anyone and prices wouldn't go up. They literally, as they were doing the deal, they sacked people and prices went up. You cannot believe anything they say. Whatever they say, they will absolutely do the opposite. No, nobody cares about Fortnite. Now, Netflix has gone on board Warner Brothers. They gave about 80 billion for that, about the same price as Microsoft gave for Activision Blizzard. And that will tell you how gaming has come along in the past 25 years. Before, it was just a little hobby, wasn't it? Yeah, for everyone. Yeah, but Netflix outbid them. Paramount wants to come back in now with 108 billion for a hostile takeover. These corporations have more money than sense, Cajun. This is going to be a storm. Yeah, they wanted to come in with a hostile takeover with 108 billion. Yep. But this is what you're dealing with. But whoever thought that these companies buying up everything was a good idea? But these kind of monopolies that are coming up, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be really bad. But it's been literally downhill, because of the deregulation of let's say the monopoly laws, especially in the US. That's pretty much during the 80s and that, around the Reagan era, they started to kind of wind that one down. Yeah, I can remember Netflix for about 7, 6, 8 euros, and you could give it to your family as well. Now it's much more, and if you try to put anyone else on the account, they'll hammer you. Yeah. Now they've given 80 billion for Warner Brothers. So remember what happened when Microsoft gave 80 billion for Activision Blizzard? They upped their prices by 50%. Expect the same from Netflix. Now, Netflix apparently has sent out emails to their customers saying that because of their acquisition, it won't raise prices. We'll see how long that lasts for occasion. When the money doesn't, they want a return on their investment. 80 billion is a lot of money. Hmm. It's like watching the Microsoft acquisition all over again. But I remember when Microsoft were trying to push that through, trying to convince the FTC. I think one of them stood up and said well, it was a lady. She was saying that blah, if you do this, it's going to be really bad for the consumer. The prices, you're going to see massive job losses, and you're going to see prices skyrocket. Of course, Microsoft denied this, and they managed to push it through. But not long after, she was sacked, or during, I think she was sacked. But I remember going on YouTube or a podcast or something, she was saying, after the prices went up on Xbox, she got a lot of apology emails from people that were, saying that she was anti-Xbox, the fanboys, and they were all apologizing. But it's just common sense how corporations work. They're there for shareholders and to maximize profits. You are just an afterthought. You are the consumer. You are the lowest person on the ladder. Yes, it was. Sarah Bond, it seems. Well, she's only doing what she's told, really, isn't she? Yeah. Yeah. It's the guys in charge. She's just a soldier there, isn't she, really? I'm sure if they tell her what to do, she's got to do it. She's just a mouthpiece. Yeah. Yeah, if you're going to aim really high, it's Microsoft themselves. Yeah, she's CEO, but she does have a boss, correct? It's not like she owns a massive amount of shares in the company that gives her full control. Yeah, she's just like a foreman in a factory. She's just a normal worker, except she's got a nice salary, you know. Well, basically, if you're working in a factory with 100 workers, Cajun, and you've got a boss that owns the factory, and he puts you in charge and he gives you 1,000 times more of a salary than the guys beneath you, right? And he tells you to do something. What are you going to do? Do you say, well, I think this is a bad idea? Yeah, I don't like my 1,000 times salary anymore. I'd rather be living in a box or working for minimum wage, you know. I'm sure the lady is pretty qualified and intelligent and stuff like that. And she probably deserves the job she has. But what I'm saying, as an employee there on a cushy number, you're not going to question your boss. They're an unusual corporation. Yeah, I will say that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They cannot be trusted. And anyway, people are all about console. This console is dead. It's dying. Um, Companies need a lot of people on a platform, a lot of retention and stuff. So it's not like when consoles came out, Cajun. When that's all there was really. You know. Now there's TikTok, there's Facebook, there's Kick, there's all kinds of stuff like that. Keeping people's attention. They want to keep you there, and they want to keep you in that system as long as possible. So the way the future is, some kind of device that will give you access to everything. You know, how companies are going to work that if you buy a product. Let's say if you have a Microsoft product and you buy something from Steam, maybe they get a little commission or whatever. I don't know how they're going to work it. But trying to tie people into an ecosystem, it's not a good strategy long term, I think. And it has definitely not worked for Microsoft. Microsoft during Black Friday sales were outsold by a console that nobody heard nothing about. I think it was some kind of like a kind of Kinect device. I think it was selling for $200, but it outsold Xbox, Well, everything outsold Xbox. Nintendo, Sony, you name it. Everything outsold. Xbox was probably the worst seller there. It is. Yeah, they're all ecosystems. The thing with Steam is people would probably, probably, trust it more. Let's say it's not a high bar when it comes to being on a corporation platform, but Steam, it's about the best of the bad lot. So why you see most traffic on Steam, it's because they feel they're getting better deals and they feel that, well, the company is the company in itself is not taking advantage of them too much. I'm sure Steam has its problems, but compared to Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo, they're actually Mother Teresa. Yeah. Yeah. Steam have been around for about 2 decades, haven't they? So, yeah, there's going to be some interesting time ahead. Well, Epic, yeah. Wasn't it a guy from Epic or was it the guy from Blizzard from Microsoft said that he wanted Steam to stop telling people that the junk they were selling had AI? Yeah, Steam would put up a tag on any game that was made with AI, so people would be informed when they're buying it. And he said it's pointless doing this. He said, well then I suppose if it's pointless, why is he even talking about it? Because everything is going to be done with AI eventually, So yeah, apparently, according to that guy, I don't know if it was the guy from Epic or was it the guy from Blizzard, but apparently transparency is not a good thing. Yeah, just buy that junk. Yeah, that would be better, yeah. Yeah, 20 odd years, yeah. Well, all corporations are pretty much the same, but I think people would think that Steam is the best of the bad lot. I do know Steam have their problems, let's say, with currency, which Microsoft have exactly the same problem. If you buy a game, let's say, from Microsoft in the US, and let's say it's $70, or if you buy it here, even though it's digital, you're charged €70, even though the currency is worth a good bit more. So you're overpaying. Now, of course, if you're paying in pesos or something else, and it's not as strong as the dollar, they'll charge you the difference. But if you're paying in a currency that's worth more, they won't take anything off. You know what I mean? So that's always been a thing on the platform. Oh, Steam are just middlemen, really. Developers would come on there showcasing their stuff they sell. They would get their cut out, which I think is about 30%. But Steam is the most trusted, and it's only because all of the other companies are so toxic. Steam, as far as I can see, well, I know it does what, 70% of game traffic. Corporations like to call Steam a monopoly, which I don't know if they know the definition of the word, but there's plenty of competition to Steam. You said Epic, there's Amazon, there's Microsoft, there's Sony, there's Nintendo, there's tons of competition. The problem is the competition is too bad, and EA Play, and we could go on forever. So, that's the competition, and Ubisoft, yeah. That's the competition. The reason that people go to Steam is because they're getting better. They're getting better treated there. So all Steam had to do was just do nothing, and that's all I have to do. Just do nothing. That's how bad it's become, Pretty much, yeah. It's going to get much, 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 much worse. Now, let's see if we can get on with this game. I've never played on PC. My sons do alright, but I've never played.
Conversations about the
But, sometime next year, I'd say in the first quarter, I should be able to get access, without getting a ton of equipment, let's say, and complicated stuff as well. Like the Steam machine seems to be a good option. Play PC games on something as simple as a console. Although, I'm still a little concerned about the VRAM, but we'll see. Maybe it's optimized and whatever the case may be, and without having to run Windows, it might be just as good. Oh yeah, the reason getting a PC was better because you weren't kind of tied into a platform. You could on Steam they don't care on what platform you play on. Games can be cheaper and there's better deals, and you've got much more choice. That's why PC always looked attractive to me. But the Steam machine would be a decent bridge to, well, especially for older people. They didn't want to deal with the hassle of PC, but wanted to do PC gaming. And it's a good time now because PCs are going to be going through the roof. Or anything with RAM is going to be going through the roof. Yeah. I'm not sure, let's say, how it will work out this time around for Steam, obviously. Time will tell. But the way it is now as an independent company, if you're doing something like this, you'd want to be sourcing the materials as well. It would be a huge thing to do. Yeah. Oh yeah, PCs anywhere from $1,000, well, as much as you want, But I think, about a kind of pretty decent PC here, and let's say a pretty decent one, would be about $3,000, and you wouldn't be going all in either with the GPU or the CPU on that. But Nvidia, they've stopped putting RAM on motherboards and stuff as well. So they've kind of hit the motherboard market. I think it's fallen by about 50% in sales. So yeah, motherboards are hit pretty bad as well. It's going to be very, very hard for guys either getting into PC, let's say, buying a pre-built or building their own. It's going to get a lot more expensive. A good one, yeah. Probably the most expensive on the market would be the 590 series, wouldn't it? The 1590. I think they're averaging for about $3,000 just for the GPU. It's a ridiculous amount of money. But remember I was saying, Cajun, yeah, it's insane, isn't it? Yeah. Remember I was saying that every time they come up with a new GPU, all it is just, they're just doubling down on it, more cores. All they're doing is adding more cores. It's like if you had a 12-volt battery and you said, oh, look, this is the new version. 2 12-volt batteries. Now it's 3. Now it's 4. So more and more power required. You know what I mean? So that's as far as they can go, I'm thinking, with, the tech that they have now. And unless they come up with something, really groundbreaking. And this is why I also think that AI is an absolute scam. It doesn't have the other required tech to back it up to make it really useful. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So, there was a time when there was no microchips, and there was just, what were they called? The little transistor things, yeah. And then the microchip obviously came along and blew them out of the water, and I think it's reached its peak now. So for AI and other stuff to move along, there needs to be something that makes the microchip look like the transistor, to be honest. I think AI will be bottlenecked, because no matter how many strides they make on that, I think the backing tech they need for it, it's just not there yet, But I do think it's a scam. But we'll see. Yeah, you can't even do a proper Google search with it. I don't see no justification for the money going into that, to be honest. What have we seen so far? You know, image generation. Guys with 5 fingers, or 6 fingers, that kind of thing. Or 4 fingers. You know, that kind of stuff. They're doing a bit of coding with it, but I heard it's kind of a disaster. It is. I think it's a scam, as I said, yeah. It's much like Bitcoin, in a sense. You know, it's only worth as much as people make it out to be. And it's the latest craze, isn't it, since Bitcoin? He's making a game with AI. Best of luck on selling that. But if they could get AI that would, do everything. Take out actors, you name it. Everything was gone. What a corporate dream. Where you could make a movie with a staff maybe of 50 people. And you'd be paying them minimum wage and probably getting the government to subsidise the rest of their living wage. Lovely. While you get billions in the box office. Yeah. Will that be like the underground tunnel that he was making? If that future comes around, you won't enjoy it, Cajun. You'll be in a ghetto in a cardboard box, looking up at a big city full of corporate types and something like Elysium from a sci-fi movie. Yeah. Yeah. Now, alright, let's just sell some of this junk, of course. That's not too bad. Yeah, I've thought it over for a while, and I can't really see the benefits.
Can I help you with anything?
That's a good bit off. I don't think they have the backing tech yet. But would they put it in charge of machines that would make life and death decisions? Oh, of course they would. The only way I see it becoming a nightmare scenario is if they put it over nuclear arsenals and stuff and totally cut people out. And I don't think it would become aware, but let's say, we take that out of the equation. I think of the potential for hacking. One guy would only have to get through once and launch a nuclear weapon in another country, and then you would see a retaliation strike. That would be a real threat there. That's the real threat that I see. Yeah, no matter how risky it is to save a buck, yeah. I think so as well.
Best prices in the arena. Take care.
Right, let's see if these guys are down here. Oh, I'd love to see tech moving forward for the benefit of everyone, and I don't mind corporations making a mint. But there's no cap on these companies' greed. It's like, let's say, these corporations. If someone had a proposition, we've got this amazing new technology, yeah? It will cost you, let's say, $1 per unit to make, and you can sell it for $10,000. But within 2 years, let's say, everyone will revolt and, try to kill off the government and the corporations, they'd still do it because, that's 10 years in the future. They just think 3 months ahead. And I'm exaggerating, obviously. But what I'm saying is they will do the most ridiculous things for short-term gain, including destroying their companies, and making life, a living hell for everyone. They will do that regardless if there is a short-term gain. They don't think about the future before. I remember, let's say, if you look at old documentaries and stuff, corporations and that, especially in the US, corporations would brag on how good they were to their workers. One guy said, "Oh, we give 37.25% of our profits to our workers," and then another guy comes up and he says, "Oh, my company gave 44% of profits." They were basically, proud of, keeping people in jobs and keeping a nice community together and making sure that people were paid enough for their labour and to share in the rewards from it. Now, you have companies like McDonald's and you have companies like Walmart where they're giving people desperation wages and they're coaching them on how to get it subsidized by the government. They will tell them, "Oh yeah, well we're paying you maybe, $100 a week. You just gotta apply for SNAP. The government, taxpayer will foot the bill. You work for us, taxpayer pays. We'll give you a pittance." Yeah, that's what corporations do now. Now it's a game of who can work with the least amount of workers and pay them the least. Yeah. Ford, yeah. A buyout thing. I'm not sure about that one. I know of Henry himself. He was a strange character. But Ford, I do know they threatened to leave the US because of the tariffs and that, didn't they? The Ford company I don't know much of. But I do know most car companies work on a very, very low profit margin. Because for the last 50 years, they've been outsourcing all of their parts to countries where they can make it much cheaper. And this now is coming back to bite them in the backside. But this has been going on since the 70s. Oh, when they started, that would have been the early 1900s, wouldn't it? With a Model T, all done in black. Well, basically, they would have been the first company to do the kind of conveyor line kind of system, where they could kind of churn out stuff cheaply. Yeah, that's right. Then during the Second World War, there was a bit of a pause, because of the metal shortage. Ford did come up with an idea to use hemp as, it was brilliant. It was way stronger, I think, than steel. I think 3-4 times stronger, quarter the weight, and if you hit it with a sledge, and you could just pop out the dent, But the US government wouldn't let them use it. They said that people would smoke it. It would, ruin the steel industry, which it probably would. And yeah, it's a pity. But I don't know. It would have been different then, the amount of cars. But the amount of cars we need now, the kind of landmass we would need to grow that much hemp, I don't think it would be feasible now. But it would be degradable as well. But it would decimate the steel industry. Yeah. Yeah, it would have been credited with assembly lines. Where you had that thing coming down and everyone would have their job. Instead of what they used to do more customized before. We'll get to hemp later, yeah. But a fantastic material to work with. No rust either. I seen a an old clip of it on YouTube where they're doing a test back in the early 1900s. You see a guy with a massive sledge. You know, he's hitting the side of it and it just popped out a dent. It was like it was never touched. Yeah. There was an exception made for growing hemp during the Second World War. They used hemp to make the massive ropes on the ships, you know, to save back on steel. Yeah, that was the only exception. But an amazing plant. I'm sure if they wanted to occasion, they could do a genetic modification in that to cut out the THC and just grow it for hemp. But we need to be getting off our addiction of oil and steel. You know, something that's more sustainable. And especially plastic. But I don't know, growing that much now for the kind of demand we need, I don't think it's feasible. Like, I don't think it's feasible the amount of power we need for electric vehicles. You know? The world has gotten quite big. Okay, where's all the guys here?
A newcomer. Have a good day.
No, where's this? Oh, here he is. That's not too bad. We got him before he left.
I've got everything you need.
Now, just get rid of this junk as quick as we can.
Goodbye.
Oh, I don't know. Did we lose any animals this season? I don't think so. Oh, one sheep. I think that's all we lost, guys. Yeah, one sheep. We'll get him on our next stop.
How can I help you?
Alright, we'll get this done as quickly as we can and we'll get back and see if we can finish that section we're working on.
Can I? Welcome.
We have a lot of junk to sell.
Well, farewell. I should go to Baranita to buy.
Goods of the highest quality.
Some potions.
Was nice.
My supply.
Alright, that was quick. Now we should be able to grab the sheep here and then we just sell this junk.
How can I help you?
I'm just more interested in the special vendor. There's some stuff I need from him. Jay, 80 billion
Lower.
for Warner
I'm
Brothers.
not
My
sure
God.
why, but I won't complain.
That's how far gaming has come. Activision Blizzard was bought for about 80 billion as well, wasn't it? So that was valued the same as, well, pretty iconic studio, you know. There was a time when, you know, Hollywood studios were mammoths, you know, massive money-making machines. I do know Warner has been run to the ground over the last decade or so,
To act a bit
but still.
suspiciously, as if it was possessed by a demon.
What? Let me show you my work.
Although I think Warner, I think they have the rights for some games as well, don't they?
And have a good day.
Yeah, did we get both of these? Probably.
How do you need anything?
No, we didn't.
Good luck.
Now we get our sheep. There. That's the Animo situation done. Now we'll hit Gostovia pretty shortly. Get back as quick as we can to the settlement.
Hello.
Oh, the music in this game knocks me clean out. I think it's the humidity here as well. It's not helping me. Yeah, and it's Sunday we're here early. We've got them in their houses. Save us a bit of time.
Take care.
Welcome. Only goods of the highest quality. Have a good day.
Right, Gostovia. There's 4 more villages the other side and then we're out. We'll be back before nightfall, I'd say.
How can I help you?
Now it'll be Gostovia, Jezerica or Hornica where that special vendor is, one of those 3, because of the tavern. I try to do taverns in my my village, so they're not there. You gotta be in one of those. And I'm mostly doing this because of the special vendor, to be honest. There's 4 vendors here. This one here. Yeah, there's one of them anyway.
Oh, good luck.
That's the problem with arriving too early too. Trying to find these guys. Okay.
Greed. Let me show you my wares. Take care.
pretty.
Now, I won't buy any of this guy's maypole seedlings if he has any, has he? Nah.
Farewell.
It's off to work I go. Greeting, another client. Welcome.
Ah, now we're getting there. I think that's everything, isn't it? 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think so. Yeah, well, we just got rid of her, didn't we? Now, Denica, I think.
Yes, prices in
Yep.
the area.
Right, let's go. I've got a ton to do in this settlement as well. Let's see if we can smarten it up a bit.
How are you?
Oh, hi, Wolf. Pretty good, pretty good. How have you been? Yeah, I got a ton done on this. Let's say, with the time I had off before and during that No Man's Sky thing, I'd finish out the left-hand side and then quite a bit in the centre. Just doing a little runs here. Should get back there shortly and, you know, try and finish it off. Although it'll still take a while. I've gone overboard with the decorating on this one. I might as well give it a good shot, because I won't be playing this one again. Ah, that's good. So, nothing interesting with you? I went for my appointment, when was it? What day is today? Yesterday, yeah. I got the all clear on most stuff. But they found a large calcium deposit in one of my main arteries that I want to be looking at. Yeah, probably something got to do with the water table. But it's not giving me any kind of trouble. You know, they just want to keep an eye on it, I suppose. But yeah, it showed up on the X-ray. But got the all clear with kidney stones and things like that. At this, it's just more decorating. Takes forever, Wolf. Especially on something this size. This is the largest one I've ever done. Yeah, but out from that, pretty good. Yeah, it's not much of a concern. But yeah, I got a ton of tests, x-rays, all of that, seen the specialist. And I think just under half an hour. Pretty good. Got lucky.
Welcome. Trade is in my nature. Take care.
How are you?
Oh, let's see, I doubt he'd have any. A lot of the trees I want to move in, I've grown as much as I need. I'll probably have to get rid of half of them. But it will save me a ton of time.
Farewell.
How do you do? Be safe.
That was quick. Right, just 3 more villages. 4 in this 2, and then 5. Then we're done. Yeah, I was on this for about 4 hours today.
Oh, it's you again.
It takes a huge amount of time to do it. What's the next one? But fun.
safe.
Where's that other guy?
Don't bother me.
What
Try
There
can
he
I
is.
do?
Let me show you my wares.
Have a good day.
Honey and eggs. Days Gone on your PlayStation. Great for completions, tons of trophies. Yeah, I think I've heard of that. Sony game, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, Sony game, yeah.
What can I do for you?
Well, of half of what I've been looking at on media, let's say, about what they want to bring out next year, some other players getting in as well. Yeah, there should be a lot of new games available. Great survival game. Nice.
Fitting that the look was found.
Let me show you my wares.
Oh, that's a lot of eggs. Yeah, let's get rid of this junk while we're here. I left 5 of the eggs.
Take care.
There we go. 1 more and then 2 more villages. Okay, where is this lady? Okay, where's the hunter? You're kidding me. There she is. There she is. What's she doing out there?
Every day. How have you only goods of the highest quality? Be safe.
Lovely. 2 more.
Enjoy this summer.
I see the BBC did an updated version of Doctor Who. Apparently it got very, very bad viewing numbers.
Hello there.
God, that series has been around in the UK for, my God, where are you now, 2024? 50, 60, well, over 50 years, I think. That's a long one. Yeah, at least 50 years. Yeah, they destroyed it. Yeah, they literally, yeah. The numbers were abysmal. They ruined it. These 50 years, yeah. Yeah.
How is life treat? Only the best products here.
Hi, Jeeves. And how have you been?
See you
Ah, it's
around.
not too bad. There's 2 guys here.
Can I help you?
So that
Any-
special NPC should be in the last village. It's usually in Auric anyway.
Another client. Welcome. Welcome.
So, how's the week been going for you, Jeeves?
Here. Here.
No, he's not here. Okay, last village. Gotta be there.
How are
Doctor
you?
Who.
How are you? My ways never disappoint.
Now, let's see if we can get the last of this junk out.
Have a good day. Because of taxes or what?
That's the problem. It's going to take ages for these NPCs to go back into place. Since I did that new DLC update, I've seen a lot of strange stuff from this game.
Where the work is.
Oh, come on. I don't see the NPC either. Okay, we'll take out Jan.
Greetings. Do you need anything? Goodbye, dear.
No, we got that guy, didn't we? There's how I go. No, I don't see the NPC.
Village from above.
Yeah, what's going on? Couldn't have missed that NPC, could we?
Welcome.
Kidding me. No, whatever.
Have a good day.
Okay, 3 more and we're done. Come here, Leonard.
What? Only goods of the highest quality. Can I go to
Where
work?
could you take even the food we have?
Best prices in the area.
We're left with a lot of food. Oh my.
Take
Yeah.
care.
Maybe I should have getting rid of the food before the wine. Oh, he's the only guy that's left. Where in God's name is that NPC?
Can I? Let me show you my wares.
Oh, it's not too bad. We got rid of that. Okay, so we're stuck with a few eggs.
Be safe.
We must have missed that NPC back at our settlement. Where else could it be?
What?
Yeah. Oh, it's definitely not there in Jezreka or Gostovia. Gotta be back at home. I'm nearly sure I looked for that. Oh, we'll see. Ah, there's some junk I needed with it as well. Right, let's get back. Here, let's save it here.
How is life treating you?
Okay. I'm nearly sure I tried these taverns. Yeah, I've done the left-hand side, Wolf. I've done little bits and pieces here. Totally finished the right-hand side and the center road. And been working on the back-hand side here. Ah, I forgot to buy the stupid carrots. Are you kidding me? Oh, for God's sake. I forgot to buy the carrots. No, there is no NPC here. Okay, I gotta backtrack. I totally forgot about that quest. Hang on, I seem to have got a message, have I? Let me see. Oh, it's Twitch. The more the merrier. Stream together with the holiday hoopla. Yeah. And the usual rubbish from Twitch. Now I need to re-hit the settlements with a cook. Let me see. There's this one, there's Denica, Gostovia. That's it, I think. No one else has carrots, have they? Yeah, I think that's it. 3 of them. I think we'll get 154 carrots in that. I sold about 200 of them in the season before, but you couldn't really hold them over, you know. Just got the quest at the wrong time. I could wait a season or so, I suppose. I don't know if it grew the summer carrots. Probably did. They won't be around till autumn anyway. Right. That's what I forgot to get, the stupid carrots. I doubt someone would have 154, would you? 6. Oh, this is gonna be unreal.
Have a good day.
Oh yeah, the inns. Yeah, they'd have some, wouldn't they?
I'm great at
Would they have carrots?
How do you?
Oh, they do. They do carrots, yeah. They do.
It was nice seeing you.
Since last autumn.
No sign of that NPC. Okay, well I have to hit the taverns and the cooks.
How are you?
How can I get it done before night? Well, we miss... Oh, it's possible the NPC didn't show up. It happens. Well, definitely not in
Hello.
those two.
Can I interest you in some of my wares?
Not a lot of carrots, is there? Okay.
So long.
My tooth's been aching for 2 months.
Right. Denica and Gostovia, as far as I know. Let me see. What about the other ones? That one, that one, that one. No, they're the only 2.
Need a ride?
I can
Oh,
possibly
it's
get
you again.
carrots. Ah, we can get it next season if push comes to shove. Oh, where are you, Kinga? Kinga. There you are.
What can I do for you? I've got everything you need.
Ah, we're not getting no 154 carats.
You be safe.
Right, one more. Oh, we should be able to get it next season anyway. Bit of a waste.
Hello.
Let me pick up 2 dozen. Yeah, 2.5 dozen. Ah well. Yeah, there's no special NPC this season. That's gotta be a bug. It's been pretty iffy since that stupid update.
Take care. Down from the doorway.
That's really bad.
Put it in trust.
I'll stay for a couple of seasons anyway. Alright, where's that? There she is. She's the cook. She might have a bit more.
Everything you need.
Ah, ridiculous. Oh, what can we do? Not a lot.
Have a good.
That's it, guys. 42 carats, not good. So, no NPC. Okay, apparently there's no NPC this season. Oh well.
Hello there.
Oh, hi, Poddy. Pretty good, pretty good. How have you been? How's life treating you?
Big child. Big problem.
Ah, that's proof, guys, that NPC does not show up sometimes.
Quickly. Everyone called him Bob.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Oh, it's you. Wants to see my wares.
Okay. Too crowded. Busy with work, keeping busy, that's cool. Pretty good, just finishing the building on this. Just had to do my little run. Pretty decent. There, that's it. Now, let's see if we can sleep it off and I'll show you where we need to start. I was on this for about 4 hours today and about, no joking, about 4 hours every day I'm off streaming. Was a huge amount done on this. So you remember that area where I had the 2 houses in this? So this was the finish up on this one. Here, let's get some sleep. Let's get to it. Now we'll stay in this season for quite some time. This is summer, this is ideal for building. All of the plants are in bloom as well, so I can have a good look at them when they're going in. We'll just get a save here now. So yeah, this is the finish of it here. These are just some cabbage and carrots and stuff. But I'm happy enough with this one. I think this would do. Now we'll get into the paddock shortly. It should be easy compared to this. But I want to squish in as many trees as possible. Yeah, that turned out pretty okay. Now this one. I'm almost to this one. As I those two today. Right, okay, let's do this. Oh, hang on, let's check this for a moment. I just need to check these guys for a moment. God, they've messed up the speed that these guys use to acquire skills, big time. It's gotta be the update. Okay. Alright, let's see, is there any more of these guys around? Oh, I think we've pretty much done this. Oh, here's a new guy. Let's quickly just get through this, guys, here. Like, these guys have been on this for 3 seasons. I don't know what's going on with this. Two new guys as well. Let me see. Let's see if we can push them into the mines. Well, there's one anyway. I just get him out of the way for a moment. There's a spot. I don't want to push Lambert in. Hang on, it's only Lambert, is it? Yeah, I think we're good. That's this character's son. We'll be playing with that. If I take out the stuff on that, I'll get less for it. Yeah, okay. That looks okay. Now, let's do a save. There, that's all of the nasty stuff done. Okay. Let's see, what was I doing on this? Yeah, that's pretty much okay. I think we can live with that one. Okay, right. Let's start fixing this guy up.
What do you mean they can't work until they're 18?
Need that as close as possible. There. Kids everywhere. Okay, that's that one. Now, what have I done down the other side? Let me see. Okay, we have a center one and 3 of these. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The third one. So we've got what? 1, 2. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I think that's it, isn't it? That was nasty getting in that, but I needed another farm shed. Yeah, that's it. Pretty straightforward, and 1 back from the end. Okay, it should go pretty quick. Say 1 back from that. Yeah, okay. There. For God's sake. There. And centered on this. Right, that should just about do. That's the best I can do with this one, guys. I'll try the other plans and these work out, you know, probably the best. I did most of it, you know, before I came on. Now what have I done here? Oh, we're just basically going with a center between the 2 trees. I'm going with this. So we've got what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kind of. So it would be. Oh, hang on. There we go. It's actually going to be the center of that. I think roughly there. Now let's see. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then the other 2. Yeah, it seemed to be a little maybe to the side. Yeah, that would probably work. That one is There, let's see, is there a difference? That's past. There is a massive difference, guys. Oh, sugar. Yeah. I didn't measure this out properly. I didn't see that one. So now that's more like it. That's on level with this, and it's roughly the same. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're talking more about. I think it's centered on this. Joking me. Well, there's only one way to figure this out. Okay. Yeah, just, I mean, a tiny bit. It's actually more about there for a center. There we go. We got it. Just 2 more pieces. And then that little side piece. Yeah, we could kind of guess this for a moment and then put it into place. Even that looks okay, but let's see. There we go, guys. Oh, hi, Kitsune. Brutal, isn't it? Yeah. Are you using an iPhone? It's absolutely dreadful. Android works best with Twitch. I use an iPhone, let's say, just to monitor the screen to see if it's okay for sound and that. And the Twitch chat gets stuck forever on it. All the time. I've tried it with old ones and new ones. Yeah. Yeah, other than 1080, yeah. Always had problems. I remember the old Samsung phones. Yeah, there was no problem with Twitch chat. I used to use the phone as a monitor before, but, you know, that was a good few years back. Too old now. I need something with a bigger font. So, how have you been, Kitsune? Yeah, I found it ideal. Never had any problems on Twitch. It never ceased on chat. But iPhone, serious problems with iPhone. Yeah. Oh, the kind of, yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. And I remember I was watching a movie in 420. My son came around and he was offended, but he wanted to put it to 1020, whatever it is, HD or that 4K or something. And he said, "There you go now." He said, "It's much better." And I said, "I can't really see the difference," and I couldn't. All looks the same to me. Now, this is the last piece we have to do, but I think we're pretty good on this. I don't want to overdo it, if I... Yeah, I don't know. I could do a little something in here, to be honest. What could I do with something like that? But at the same time, I don't want to overdo it. Don't have a lot in plants. It's still okay the way it is, but we're not fitting the big guy in anyway. I can tell you that, are we? No, we were never going to fit the big guy in. And I'm not going with another one of those. I'm not going with another one of those plants, so... No, I'm not going. Oh! I haven't used these at all, guys. I actually forgot about those. Yeah, let's give those a try. Yeah, that's what I have to use, reading glasses. Okay, I didn't even know we had these. Where did I see that? Other trees. There it is, evergreens. Oh, sugar. Okay. That's just what I needed, actually. Perfect. I forgot I had those evergreens. Oh, nice. Nice. I literally forgot I had those. They're back in the tree section, so you're gonna kind of ignore them, you know? That's exactly what I need. Oh, come on. Yeah, we could do it from here. Much easier. Oh, come on. And that should be the end of it, guys. There. I'm happy. Just wanted to fill that little patch. Now, all I've got to do is put the plants in here and want to see what else we're going to stick into this. Really, yeah? Cool. ASKA. Is that an acronym for something? No. Okay. We need to get as many chairs as we can into this settlement as well, within reason. Be like 140-ish settlers here eventually. Now we just do the finer things, the finishing. Oh, I don't think I've heard of that one. And the secret is to get this as tight as possible in that corner. It's not bad. Come on now. One corner is always harder than the other for some reason. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. There, we just tighten that up a little bit. There we go. Similar to this. Yeah. I'll definitely check it out. Is that PC only, Kitsune? Probably. Yeah, I don't think I've seen it around the Xbox. But it won't make a difference early next year anyway. You know, with the Steam Machine thing coming out. And then I think Microsoft are making the next-gen consoles to be able to play Steam games. From what I've been reading anyway. That'll be nice. Will open up a ton of new games to me. Okay, so we've got that one. Now, the final decoration thing. This is where I start to nitpick a lot, so... Oh, this was straightforward so far. Let's do a save. Now, what can we get in here? Well, there's the obvious anyway, there's that water thing. Oh, there's the back of the other one needs to be done as well. Well, I managed to fit clotheslines and junk in the other one, but I don't think I'll do it here. Yeah, I think these are slightly too big. Yeah, that's a pity. Here, let me finish back here. I can still remember. Oh, no, that's exactly what I need. Oh, it's a different layout than the other one. Yeah, they're running into the sheds. This is a slightly different layout. Yeah, that's okay. Well, obviously I don't want to go with... hang on. Okay, without the clotheslines I could go the wash thingies. Kind of running across. Here, let me see. I'm not sure about this now, to be honest. Okay, yeah, you get that. Can't really use the plants here again, you know? Or else we just have to... I'm tempted. Let me see. Let me see how we could manage this. Just get rid of this cigarette. But, you know, you can overdo it with plants. Okay. So I only see one way out of this. I'll go to the old favorites on this one, I think. I get on that, and the other one is the other side. Well, yeah, that's kind of interesting, but there's 3 houses. We'll be using 2 of these. Let me see. Here, let me get this in so we get a proper look at this one. Yeah. We could kind of go the other side, but let's see. Let's say I go center with that. Ooh, getting dark. Yeah, I could probably live with that. Let's see. Oh, I see we're out of range here. Or out of range. Kidding me. Oh, I'll have to go get the water then. Yeah, I'm within the food store, close to the food storage. Hang on, I shouldn't be. I am, I'm out of range. I can go get them, I suppose. Here. Need 60 buckets for these guys. Okay. I think we go classic on this one. Okay. I'll keep it a little low profile with this junk here. So if I can get in. Okay, let me get over here. Unbelievable, isn't it? Okay, we need to sleep, I think. I do this first thing in the morning. We can get out of this section and move to a new one. Perfect. Darwin's name. Nice Darwin's name. I'll take it out one. Now. Yeah. What's she doing there anyway? Right. Let's get in here. Oh, hang on. The armor's dummy would kind of work here because of the yeah, the clothing on it. That might be something. Yeah, we'll give that one a shot now. We're out of range of the main storage, but we should be able to get that, the food storage, in a second. Let me see. Yeah, I could see that kind of work out. Oh, I see. We gotta get that stupid thing out. Yeah, we'll get it out of the way until we fix this. Oh, where have I got that one? Oh, I kind of pushed it center on the... Okay. Yeah, the other way around. Yeah, it's not doing it for me. Hang on. We're not gonna get that out anymore either, are we? Okay, we'll go the other side then, I think. A little change of tactics. Right. Now, could I squeeze that one in? Not really. I don't know, I think that's good enough, guys. Just need to go get the water. We're kind of out of range here. Yeah, we can't fill it directly here. And then we're pretty much done here. I think I can't really squish in anything more. I just needed some junk in here just to fill it up. So we need 60 buckets for that one. Where's the closest food storage? I think it's down here. Here somewhere. This would be a decent area for the large trees, I'd say. Once I get it cordoned off a little bit. What did I say? 60. Now, we should be able to fill both of those. Yeah, just something like that. Still could do with more decorating items, obviously, but we'll have to make do with what we have. And that will be those two large sections finished. There we go. Yeah. Oh, I see. It was the other one. Doesn't matter, it's done now anyway. Right, that's it. That's the best I can do with this one, guys. Can't see myself squish anything more. I forgot about those guys. That's weird. Oh, well, what's done is done. Here, let me see if there's a space on these ones. Oh, those ones are pretty much straight up. Ah. We got one here. Now is the time. No, not enough room. Pity. Hang on. No. We just need a lot. Come on. No. Okay. Many of those I've got two, haven't I? Well, I need something there. Okay, we'll have to go with the old faithful, I'd say. Yeah, that would do. Just a little alteration here and there, wherever I can think of it. Okay. Okay, I think that works. I think we can move on. Okay, right, let's call it on this one. So we've got those ones finished. I don't know, will we even attempt this one yet? I suppose why not? We can get this corner finished then. Okay, let's do a save anyway. Let's see if I can start using up some of the other trees. Yeah, 5:44 my time. Oh, we can kind of squish in and out here. It's not a biggie. Hmm. I'm tempted to hit this guy up, but there's a lot of work on this one. Yeah. This was very early up. I put these on. I have to move the trees. We won't need 2 lights on each. It's not that bad. Let me see. Okay, we'll do the same here, but this is a little different. I'll try something different on this. We need something back here as well. Okay. There's other stuff to do. We can kind of move on. I can get this a little later. I don't want it to hold me up too much. I really want to shut down this end here, to be honest. Where is it? Oh, we'll get that later with the decorations. This large area here. And now we're obviously going with a low fence. This is my problem. Here's the roadway here. And then you've got this. This will have to be sealed in one way or another. I was thinking about going with that. We put in some decorations. We fence across. I don't see any other way around that one. And that's okay for the time being, something like that. Okay, we'll probably go with these. I'll center it later. Yeah, that would be the way in, and then it's not like they'll have to, you know, they come through here. I want them to split up as much as possible anyway. Okay, we can't use a hedge anyway. Well, let's see how neat we can actually get this. It's not going to be easy with this. I prefer to use this guy, but it's probably going to push out too far. Yeah, it's pretty decent. Oh. Okay. You're kind of coming back from here. Yeah, we probably could get away with it. Oh, something that high. Oh, we definitely needed it there and there. Maybe something different for here. I wonder if the ground is... to be honest, I want to go with something more like this, so when I run into the side. Okay. Let me see. But this would be a gateway then, wouldn't it? Yeah, not sure about that. Well, we could hold it down enough to do a gate. I'm going to give it a shot anyway, but it's going to be complicated. Don't think the fence would pull enough on each side, to be honest.
I should bring my relatives over. Maybe not cousin Matthias though.
That would give me a rough idea of what we're getting into. Oh, it will go half, alright. I don't know. I think we'll just go across with a small fence. I think would probably work better. I don't mind doing it here for this. It's absolutely ideal. But the beauty of the small fence is, you know, you can walk straight over it. It will blend into another one that's going this way. And let's see. Oh, we want to be getting that as close as possible to the edge. And talking about, okay. So it would be something around there, I think. Yeah, that's roughly what we need. Okay. I need to get rid of these plants. There. Right, round 2. Further out. Alright, let's see what we've got. See, I done messed up, didn't I? Yeah, let me see. So it's roughly between those two. It's just a small mistake. It is actually. Hang on. No, it looks okay. But I mean, it's just a tad off. Here, let me put a marker on it so we know. Now let's give this another shot.
Only today, one for the price of two. They told me that I could be out until dark.
Yeah, this is a good bed out.
Problem with that all of a sudden.
I can't really see it from here, but so roughly. Okay, we'll chance this. Yeah, there's something up with me, alright. I don't know, it looks okay. I still think it needs to be over a tad. Almost touching that. Yeah, we'll keep it in build mode. It'll be easier to see. Oh no, not really. Okay, a little bit more. Let's do a good bit more on that one. Okay, I'm thinking it's more about there. Now let's see. Yeah. Yeah, that would do. Right. I just needed this done before I can get the other section in. That one I'm getting the feeling I want it pushed over now more to the other side, like this guy. This one is right to the edge. Yeah, okay.
They can't work until they're 18.
Come on. Yeah, that would work. Excuse me. And let's squeeze that over a little more. It's starting to get dark. Let me see, what time is it? Oh, time to sleep. And this is why it takes so long to finish this. bit more I need to do in that other field as well later. What's this out here? This way, is it? Yeah, here it is. Now. I'm going to guess this guy, but let me see. I think that's a little off. Yeah, it is actually a good bit off. Well, once I sort out these, the rest should go pretty quick. Okay, what about that? I think that's about it, I'd say. Can't help but, you know, it needs a little bit to the other side. I think it's to the direction that this was going, you know. This one I think is a tad, just a tad at an angle. It's down to the hedging, really. Yeah, about the center of that. Then I am pushing out a little bit more, let's say, to the edge, so... This one, I don't know. I think we'll do it tight. Yeah, okay, we get away with it here then. I'm thinking. I'll just keep it a little tighter. Yeah, that's the one I want. Okay. Now, can we squeeze this one in? Oh, sugar. This is going to be a serious problem. No, we might get away with it. Yeah, that's a bit... It's a bit iffy. I might have to do a save. This might have to go. See if I can patch it back up. And you can't really come on the outside with something like that. That's definitely not gonna let me in enough. Oh, hang on. It actually will. I don't know, we might get away with it. Yeah, I think we'll get away with it. Oh, that's nice. Ah! Yeah. This one is perfect. Yeah, decent enough. Okay, maybe if we blend into it from this side, we might get it in a bit closer. We'll get a little bit more of a push, I think. No, it's even worse. I don't know, I can go to hedge if I need to, I suppose. To be honest, I might be as well. That is unfortunate. That is very, very unfortunate. And that's where I need to be. There's a tiny mod core place on here that would be very, very helpful to me. No, that's where it's taking me out to. Let's get another shot. I don't think I get it any closer to. You can kind of do it from here. I don't know, I might be able to cover it with a plant, I think. We'll see. But that's what I've got there. Yeah, you see that space? And it's much tighter. Not that would make much of a difference. Let's see. That would have been a bit much anyway. Well, you could go with one here, I suppose. To be honest, I need to be burying these guys here. We'll work it out as we get along. Yeah. That would hide any sins, I think. See, the ground level is kicking that out to the side. That's a pity. Don't know if I can live with that, to be honest. Well, there's another thing we can do. It's a pity. Okay, these guys here. They are basically my only shot at this now. Yeah, we'll try it from in here. We need something for the corners anyway, regardless. Use a larger leaf as a kind of measuring stick. No, definitely not using that. I think that's the best we're gonna get, that one. Let's see about these guys. Can they be used out here? Well, no, we've already used those. We'll leave them here for the time being. This is going to be a little problem now, doing a centerpiece on this, but get the junk out of the way. I want to try something down here a little different later. I'll probably need these guys. Yeah, uneven ground there really put a dent on that. Now, let's finish here before we move on.
Maybe interregnum isn't such a bad thing after all.
Right, I could probably work with that. Here's something we could probably check out. I don't know. It does give us a pretty decent centerpiece going between the two. Let's have a look at it. Yeah. Yeah, maybe two of those and I can do a larger kind of garden area here. Or, if I can get away with the smaller trees, maybe. Yeah, that would work. That I think would work. Yeah, I could go for that. Now, basically I go with one of the large guys here. But that's a no-brainer. The ones with the purple flowers. Is there anything else I could do here? And it's just setting up what I need to do when I'm coming down and across here with the other one. I don't think I'll be able to use those. Kind of move them away somewhere else. I might be able to use them on this. We'll be calling in the big guys for this, the trees, the larger ones. That would probably work. Here's another little problem. I suppose you can go in here and then, yeah, into the side. We could work with that. Radio. Right, let's come to a final decision with this guy. Oy, oy, oy. Oh, let's check on our settlers, our villagers. They're still 9s. The update or whatever it was for that new clothing DLC, which is kind of rubbish. These guys have gone very slow since that. I think it's definitely something got to do with that. Oh, where's the other guy in farming, isn't he? No joking, he's there for 2 years. I can't seem to get him up another notch. Yeah, we can have a look at these. Hang on. Yeah. Oh, there's a 10. There's a 10. Okay, there's 2 of them that need to go. I think I've done all the 10s. Why? No. Yeah, okay, hang on. Oh, no, I want to keep that guy back. No, he's a stone holder. I think that's it. Yeah, we're pretty much done with the stone, guys. It's the easiest one by far to do. Okay. Its production is moving at literally a snail's pace. Oh, I can't believe it. Somebody got a 10. Talk about 4 seasons or more. It's ridiculous. Right. Now, where's the stone holder? That's a 10. There. That's one in production anyway. Just one. Oh, hang on, this guy can go in there, the other guy. Where's the other 10? Oh, I see. There's already someone there. No, this one needs to be a miner, I think. That's the last little one I need to get out on that. Have we room? Ah, here we go. There. Once she's finished there, should be maxed out. Okay, I think that's it, is it? Yeah, I'm holding back on this guy. I'll be using Lambert myself later. It's best not to max them out. Managed to get more perk points. There. Now, that's that one out of the way. Now, what's the time? Okay, almost 4. Might have enough time to finish that before it gets dark. But what I want to do is kind of get through the seasons reasonably quick as well. So if it's time to go to autumn, we'll go straight to autumn. Want to get those houses full as quickly as possible, you know. Now let me get something to drink. I've still got an hour and a half. Although an hour and a half doesn't go far on this. I could go with the puns here. I haven't used them a lot, the flat puns. This should be an ideal spot, I'd say. I'll give him going with the puns here. Centering these guys now, it's going to be fun. They don't look too bad, actually. Yeah, I think we might get away with those. We've got to find a good central spot for them. Maybe a tad. Well, there's a good way to work this one out. That seems to be it. Yeah. That's as central as you're gonna get this baby. Alright. Oh. Just a tad. Yeah. There we go. I need a little bit more color here, but how could we manage this one? Here, let me get a save. I think I know what we need on this. I'm not sure about that. I suppose if we're going to use these guys, we'll be better off, you know, doing that. Yeah. Yeah, I could probably work with that. You see, now I'm tempted to use another one of those. Let's see. I think enough is enough. Right, let's get the 2 on the other side. And do the final touches on this maybe a little later. I could have going with the fence again. I was half tempted to be honest. But it just wouldn't look right here. It's okay kind of running into these. And even with that, but I need an access in here anyway. You can see chinks in the armor here. There we go. Okay, until I can figure something else out, I'd say that's it. Oh, to be honest, one of these would not hurt. And that's roughly about central there. That's exactly central. There. Yeah, I think that would do. I don't think I'll chance another one. On either side is pushing out too far. I'd say, I think we got it. Yeah, I think we have it. Okay, we got rid of that little problem. What's this here? There. There we have it. Yeah, I think that would do. Yeah. Would you believe I'm so iffy about this one?
Definitely belong here.
What if we went with the higher guy here? See if we could get away with this. Yeah, maybe. No, I think the John's word as yellow. Yeah, okay. That's it, I'm done now. Okay, I'm done now. There we go. That's as far as I'm prepared to go with that one. Yeah, that works. Okay. Right, let's see. Can we get through to autumn? We'll have to do a little run, but I've been looking around for that junk. Did I get anything from the last NPC? Let me see. Oh, I picked up something, didn't I? Oh, the figs, yeah. And the pouch of spices. Yeah, I still need quite a few of those to finish for decorating. But that's okay. Kinda happy with that one. Now, let's see. Yeah, I think we should be able to get through to autumn.
The wrong place.
A little bit of preparation to do first. Yeah, okay. Let's gather up this junk. So we managed to finish that one down there, make a few adjustments, and we figured out what we want to do here. Yeah, it takes time. Yeah, let's see, is there anything here we need? Ah. There's always be a few of those. Alright. To fill this settlement out properly, you know, I need to really fill the houses. Right. Even if I was to put lighting everywhere, it still wouldn't show enough light, so... that's not what we're really doing. Oh, that's okay. I'll just get her up. I've even managed to finish this junk here. Clothing basket. I'll leave 100 for the kitchen. That would be good. There. And we just get the rest of the junk that's accumulated.
Better don't come close to a hen house at night. Chickens recently pecked apart 2 foxes.
Right. And this is really handy when that stupid quest comes up for potions. So I keep about 2,000 of each, roughly. So at 1579. That shouldn't take too long. So we get all this done, you know, straight away when we go into the season, we can go straight and sell it and just get back here as quick as we can. Okay, I think we're done on that one. Thistle. Okay. And then it's the grain, and then we're pretty much done on the wall. There. Now. Yeah, just keep 1,000 of those, more than enough. I have to get those inns working shortly. I got a massive amount of hops. Yeah, this is the one. Oh, the plank situation. Yeah, I better dump the whole thing back. Yeah, I think one of the guys dropped out. I think he died off and forgot to replace him. Doesn't matter, we still have plenty. What's that? 1, 3, 5, 4. Okay. 14:30. I can adjust it later, you know what I mean? There's no rush yet. It's got it running at maximum. Okay. it. That's all the stuff we can take. Still haven't gotten around to fixing my own spot here. I'll eventually get to it. Yep. And what have we got? We've got another hour and 15 minutes. Right. Now, there's still a good few old settlers. There's a chance we'll lose a couple. Wouldn't be surprised after 60 each season there's a chance of one or more of them to be taken out, but we got lucky here. We've got a birth and we've got a wedding. You're kidding me! Oh, I didn't know that. You see this, the lady NPC. I think she's like 60 or something. Yeah, the hubby croaked, I think, a few seasons ago. But this guy here, he was living alone, so I pushed him in. He was roughly in around the same age. But I didn't think they had marriages after that, after a certain age. But apparently they do. That's a pretty old marriage. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. I'll have a look in a moment, I'll show you. He must be almost 60, I think she's 60 odd. Oh, okay.
How can I help
Yeah,
you?
Robert.
How are you doing?
Oh, he's okay, yeah. Where's the old ball and chain gone? There she is. Let's see how she's doing.
Hello, husband.
She's okay.
See you around.
Now, the basics. Oh, let me check that guy, those couple that got married. There he is. He's 60. Yeah, she's 63. Okay. Yeah, that's the whole family family line here. Nice. Okay. Now let's see. Well, no one new came in anyway. We're back up to 120. Let's see if we get any new kids in. No, Lambert is okay. No, we're good. Now, one more thing I want to see here. Yeah, they're the next batch that I can move into houses. Okay. That's about it. There's one lady there, I'll have to move her shortly. Yeah, let's have a look. Oh, she's moved. Oh, okay. Sugar. I better put her back in the mine. I didn't mean to do that. There. Okay. Oh, we still have to get the carrots, don't we? That's going to be almost impossible, to be honest, this time of year. Okay. Let's see. There's a quest here. Yeah, it's still there. So we've already collected the junk. There's no new apprentices. Okay. Right. On this season we can see if we can get the rest of the trees in. The only reason I'm skipping seasons like this and not staying a long time in the last one is just to get those guys up to a level where I can get them into the houses. Right, quickly do a run. Oh, hang on. There's a possibility that excuse me, special vendor shot up here. Show up at a tavern. There's 3 taverns in the game, in the villages, and I've got 2 more, so that's 5. So I don't know. I think there's a 40% chance, isn't there, that I'll wind up here.
New buildings spring up like mushrooms.
Excuse me, one moment. Yeah. No.
You know, I have something a bit.
Okay, Gostovia, Jezreka, or Hornica, I suppose. Once we do this, we'll walk across to where that bandit camp spawns in. It's the only one that gives those coverette things. Those are like kind of blanket things I use for decoration. It's gotten me most of the ones I've used here, but it's usually in spring. It kind of zooms in, spawns in. I don't think I'll be using all of those trees, but I'll be using some of them. See, the wolves are acting crazy. Oh, sugar. Yeah, they'll turn back. And once you get close enough to our village. Yeah, I'm good with that. And now we get this done as quickly as we can. It'll be a mammoth task to get all of the pieces I want. But even if I don't get them all, it doesn't really make that much difference. But yeah, just keep an eye out for them. Should be good enough. Oh yeah, we're keeping the carrots, aren't we? Of course we are. And they're only at 50%. I'll have to drop them from my menu before the season ends, or they'll turn to rot. Yeah, that wouldn't be good. I've got to do the onions. I knew I forgot something. And we do that at the end of the season. Or at the end of this little run. We didn't lose any animals, so we can ignore that part.
How Farewell.
Now, trees, when we get back, we'll try and do that big area. That's why I did the entrance. And we'll be blending into that one.
How are you? Let me show you my work.
Alright, let's see if you've got any maple. You have. Perfect.
Have a good day.
Now, it's not far to the other village. I usually would take the wagon, but there's a little area here where a bandit camp spawns. Nothing special about it, but it always spawns one of those coverets. But I don't think I'll find it this season. I think it's usually spring it shows up. Yeah, once we get to here, we should be able to see it. Nah, it's right there, it spawns. Okay, we're here anyway. Nah, just behind those trees, you should be able to see it there. Sticks out like a sore thumb.
Let me show you my wares.
Yeah, we still gotta buy those carrots.
How are you? Can I interest you in some of my wares?
Good luck.
These smaller villages, not too bad. It's just a couple of vendors.
I wish the river.
Can I help you? Only goods of the highest quality. With goodbye, dear.
Oh, another client. Welcome. Farewell.
Okay, that was quick. There's a good chance of another bandit camp spawning here, but all you'll get is weapons and junk. And I don't need that, it's only wasting time. I've raided it about a dozen times, it doesn't spawn any coverets. Right, next one.
How are you? Another client. Welcome. Yeah, take care.
What can trade is in my nature.
Sorry about that, my batteries went dead. I'm using the plug and play.
Good luck.
I charged him this morning, but as I said, I was, on for a good few hours today, trying to catch up on this.
How do you do?
Right. Halfway there. Our first chance of finding that vendor will be the next village. I'm on now.
Can I help you with anything? Trade is in my nature. Have a good day.
We're still on for carrots, aren't we?
Ah, it wasn't
Right,
nice.
Gustovia.
Hello there.
Oh, tired. 55 minutes. I should get back and we should have a few days in game. See if we can start at a large area.
In Gustavia.
Well, after this stream I'll be off till the weekend again, so I'll have a few hours over the next 2 days and hopefully get some more done on this.
Have a good day.
Well, no special. Oh, there it is.
How can I help you? Only the best product.
Well, it's something, I suppose. I use those. There's not much. I can use them. And the rest is pretty much useless.
See you soon.
What can I...
Oh, carrots. We're looking for carrots. I almost forgot about that. Yeah, we need the carrots.
I do good luck.
Only 3 places. I think we can pick that up. Or 4.
Are you interested in
3.
Oh,
3.
Be safe.
We're only 1/3 of the way there.
Ah,
Ridiculous amount of carrots to be asking for.
ouch. Ah.
Okay.
Take care.
I can make dye from the onions, that's why I'm keeping it.
Can I? Is in my nature.
Right, okay. 4 villages and then we're done. The last major big piece of ground that I have to cover, let's say. We're going to do next that large piece, you know, right in front of the mill. So let's see if we can get the fencing in. The low one, like a kind of curb thing.
Hello there.
And we see about the trees. I think I'll go with the large ones here and we can kind of light it up a bit. But it will totally kind of change the way that whole area looks. We'll see how it works anyway. A couple of large trees really make a big difference.
How are you? Let me show you my wares. Good luck.
Greetings. Do you need anything?
Oh, I'm so stupid. The guys in the barn have carrots. I knew I was forgetting something. That is ridiculous.
Hope to see you soon.
Yeah, okay, we should be able to finish on this one. The guy in Gostovia and the other guy, we'll see.
Ah,
Yeah, I forgot those guys actually have that stuff as well.
you're fair with
Here, let's grab it. Well, the vendor's back in... I think the vendor's back in my spot, isn't it? Yeah, he's here alright. Okay, we can keep going then, I suppose. Should be able to pick up the rest of them. Yeah, we should be.
welcome. I've been a vendor since before you could walk. Take care.
Can I help? Do you need anything? Oh, take care.
How are you? Let me show you my wares. You be safe.
Welcome. But be safe.
We'll get these last 2 villages done as quickly as possible. I'll stop back at the other 2 barns. Yeah, I forgot. They sell carrots as well. Vegetables.
How do you do? Want to see my wares? See you around.
Hey, where's the old guy gone? He's already down there, is he? Ah, for goodness sake. Well, the old guy's dead, yeah. The son took over.
How do you need
No, it's the old guy. No.
Goodbye.
Let me see.
dear.
Let me see.
How do you
It must be the other guy.
only goods of the highest quality? It was nice.
There, one more village and then we'll stop in and see if we can grab the rest of the cards. What do we need? Oh, sugar. I've been buying carrots. It's summer. My own settlement is making them now. It doesn't matter. I'll have to start selling some of them off. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Unbelievable. Yeah, look how many I have now. It must have been the summer. I wasn't sure if it was the winter crop or summer crop I had going, but probably the summer because I used the onion fields. I would have kind of double cropped it, but wasn't sure. Okay, we're selling carrots now. That's ridiculous. I need to keep. That's a 465. 311. Yeah, 311.
How are you? Only the best products here. Have a nice day.
Sometimes I wish we could turn back time.
You today? How are I've been a vendor since before you could walk.
Okay, get rid of 42 and 67. Yeah, we didn't even need them.
Have a good day.
Yeah, we still got plenty.
Travelers of this
I
realm
hope you
are
like
only
Only goods of the highest quality.
Myself included.
Farewell.
Greetings! I've got everything you need. Hope to see you soon. Ah, let me show you my wares. Goodbye.
Okay, 2 more NPCs. Get back. We'll give that junk to the other guy.
And I only goods of the highest quality.
That's all the grain gone, is it? Yeah. We got rid of that right quick, didn't we?
Be safe.
Right, just one guy, this guy. Let's see.
Well, I've been a vendor
Um,
since before you could walk.
Let's see. Oh, that's a bit much. Yeah, that would do. Perfect.
Hey, fair.
Right, let's go back and deal with this challenge guy. Had to wait till my own crop come in. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I thought maybe I did it in winter, but apparently it's summer.
How is life treating you?
little thing I've got to do on these fields up here as well before I forget. We'll just get that guy's junk and then I'll do these. Yeah, he's here alright. He's outside, is he? He is. Where is he? There he is. Done. Stupid carrots. Okay. Right, let's get this little piece here. I've already done the other field. Let me chew this one quick enough. It's always the little things that make or break something. Two more, is it? Yeah, I think two more and we'll just add the other lines and then we're done with this.
I'm not sure if my leg went numb or if I stepped on natural.
And the last two. Let me see. Okay. I won't see them now, but spring and summer they'll blossom. Right, at least I've not forgotten those. Right, let's check the time. Should be time for sleepy. Oh, hello, doggo. Up you come. Come on. Right. Oh, you want a hug? Yeah, my doggo. He's a great dog, aren't you? I know you are. Let me see. Okay, we're not quite there yet, so we've got that out of the way, so we need a save. I suppose I can get rid of... No. I can put the rest of the decorations up later. We have some time to kill. Where's this junk here? Let's see what I've got. Okay, the figs. Okay, we know where that goes anyway. Yeah, it's about 3 or 4 minutes before we can get to morning. It's getting a bit too dark for building. Yeah, this is where I ran out of the figs here somewhere. Fig. Fig. No fig. Okay. Oh, shit. That looks okay from here, but from the side... Yeah, that's it. Looks easy, but it's harder than it looks. Especially when you're doing that much junk. So what have we got left? We've got where are they? Spices and dried dates. Well, I've finished all of those except the figs, obviously. On a lot of the buildings. But I think it's the 4 down here I might have running short of. And then the 9 on the side, yeah. Still need a lot. Ah, come on. Oh, hi Aptitude. Lurking. And thanks for lurking. Appreciate it.
Where you tips over.
We're just trying to finish a massive settlement on this. I'm pretty impressed with the engine. Not a lot of engines can take this kind of abuse. But it adapts quite quickly. Oh, what's that? Okay. Ah, here we go. And just as I get the stuff, I'll drop them in, you know? It's just we had a bit of time, so might as well get rid of these. Oh, I don't even have the dates for this one. Well, I have now. These are a pain in the backside because of the fireplace. Yeah, I'll have to drag that a good bit. And I hope you've been well, Aptitude. Yeah, can't we get this side of it? See, my own character kind of blocks my view as well, so this is silly. Yeah, maybe if I do that. Yeah. Oh, hang on. I hate putting these into place. There we go. It's done. That's all of the junk used up. Perfect. Ah. Now, sleep next day. That's perfect. We got rid of all of the junk. Now we'll get down to where we need to do that. How long have we got, guys? We've got about a half an hour. If I can get some of the trees and the fencing in by then, or the curbing, we'll be doing pretty good. Now let's get right down here. But I'm actually more interested to see the kind of how could I put this? The kind of shadow, the kind of presence of the trees here. I'm definitely going to go with the larger ones. But I think it will change the look of this area a lot, and I think for the better as well. It's pretty open, obviously. You know, here. Now, let's have a look. What have we got here? 71. Yeah, okay. Let's grab a few of these trees. I'll just have a look at it. I want to bring in 1, 2, what? About 4-ish. And we'll see if we can squish them in here. I'll measure them out later. Just want to see how they'll look. It will kind of shut down that area and give us a nice bit of shade as well. I haven't even gotten down to here yet. I've done bits and pieces. But I like to do it in layers. And then, you know, pick up little bits here and there. Then eventually get to small areas of it and then finish 100% and kind of move on. Stick too long in the same area, you'll get brain rot. Well, these are the guys. Well, every time I put these up, I add lights to them. They're the only ones that can kind of hide. Oh, I'll take the bad look from the lights, to be honest. Alright, we'll go up this side. And this is, I know it seems like much to run all the way down here to collect a tree, but it takes 4 seasons for these to grow. But with the DLC you can actually grow them and move them like this. So you'll have them all kind of ready and waiting for this kind of thing, and it's worth it because you know, you could plant them in an area, you know, wait for a full year and then decide that they don't really suit. This is probably the best way. Now we'll just roughly throw them in place and I'll sort them out later. I just want to see how they look, to be honest. And they'll probably be going, you see what I mean? Yeah, they'll obviously be going center here. Okay, let's get the rest of these. I'll get a few frame drops for a while till I get to another season, and then the entire game seems to adapt.
Did I say that out loud?
But that's the last major area. The rest is just some fencing here and there and decoration. I've been holding off on that because the kind of low fencing I use as curbing will be blending, you know, just into where the gateway is coming in. I didn't have that finished. So I've been holding back on that for a while. To be honest, I wasn't sure what I was going to do with it either. Until you're forced to make the decision. Now, I'll actually pump a few trees near that donkey shelter as well. You see that one there? Actually, I'll pump this one. Now, if I was putting any anywhere, to be honest, you know, this is the biggest area. Yeah, I think going down there would probably be best. So, okay, we'll carry on with this then. Because I need an excuse to use up a lot of these. Just to cover ground area.
I have a feeling that even I would make a better king.
Now, obviously they won't be staying there, but I suppose we could have a kind of quick look, I suppose, and see what they're like if we center them all.
Hey!
Ah, shush. Let me get this junk out of the way. I wonder, can I fit 4 on this? So once I've got those lined up properly, and the fencing down here, you can see how it shuts down the area. Then obviously we'll have the lighting as well. I doubt I'll fit 4, maybe 3. I could kind of space them, especially on the side here. They'll be lined up shortly. They cover a lot, don't they? It's looking like 3. We can then run another section around the stables. I think that would be the last of the large trees. I don't think we'll fit many more. I'm thinking about one here, to be honest. It's not going to really blend, but nah. I think the smaller guy here would work. I was thinking about the smaller guy there, but it would be ridiculous because there would be too many and they're far too low. In a crowded area like this, you'd probably get away with it. And not out in the open like that. You know, like I've done, let's say, here. You know, in this area, just to fill up the junk and stuff. Here, I'm absolutely dehydrated. I'll just grab something here. But by the time I'm back, I should, you know, I'll concentrate on the decorating and the stupid settlers and the small, really bits and pieces. But if I manage to get some time in this, we should finish on the next stream. And that would leave us the weekend then to start something else. Place has changed a lot since we got here. Yeah, it was a kind of silly forest like that there. With a few kind of bare areas. It took some time. The wolves are going to try and chomp my backside. Haha. Yeah, once you get close enough to a settlement, they'll back off. But with this armor anyway, and the packs I got, they're not much of a threat. It's basically a time an axe blow. Just as they're running in there. Not that bad. Where are we? Oh yeah. Oh, sugar. But this was what I had in mind right from the very start, to shade this settlement as much as possible. Completely different to the other one, which was, you know, very open. No, I won't fit in 4. I won't fit any more here, actually. Yeah, I can space them out a bit later, but they'll roughly be something. I'll get the proper measurements later. Yeah, something like that. And then we go with the double light fixtures on each side. You know, these guys on each side, and you know, we come along with the stuff, and from here we'll be doing something. Now you understand why I wanted this one in. You know, like so. On this. Probably landing around there. We'll be going up here, along here, and then cutting in here, right back to the wall. Then we'll be putting those in the corners and, you know, putting in our plans and trying to fill it up the best we can. Yeah, it should work. I'll grab a smaller tree for this and see how it looks. But we definitely need it here. And then we'll grab the bigger trees from here. There's a couple of other tiny little things as well. Should take us up to the time. That would take well, not much really, but you know, you'll say that, and then you
I should
find a
bring my
little small
relatives
problem
over.
that will delay you.
Maybe not
It's just a matter of, you know, getting in that straight line, which you can do with the kind of field sections. It shouldn't be too hard. The hardest part is deciding, you know, what junk you want to try in there. And let me grab one of these small trees. I'll get that big one later. But yeah, probably have too many, but I don't mind. I can scrap them anyway once I'm sure I don't need any more. I don't know if I can. I definitely need the small ones in there, but I don't know, another 2 or 3 more of those trees I think would do. Scrap the rest. Oh, let's see. See how using these I could have probably gotten 4 or 5 in, but oh, that would look pretty horrible. Now let's see. Oh, that's exactly what we need. I get a center point on that. I think I might get rid of the berries. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we need a fresh piece of ground here. Yeah, I could work with that. Okay, let's get the large trees again. So once this area is sorted, well, really, that's it. Yeah, I'd say we'd barely get another stream. But you see how much time it takes, so it can be deceiving. I could leave it a tiny bit and saying, okay, well, I'll get that out in a couple of hours, we'll finish the stream. It could go on much longer. I still have to work on the settlers anyway. Make sure and get them old enough so they can fill up all of the jobs and stuff. Kind of get this thing working. Basically, when everything is done, I'll get this this summer, clean up the junk, and use that save for the upload. I definitely have enough trees to finish. And the next line will be going here, and I think that's all I need these guys for, to be honest. I'll obviously keep them to the very end and scrap them at the last, just in case I come up with some kind of harebrained scheme and put some more in. I'm tempted, you know that. I wonder. Well, it would be kind of in line with the other guys, isn't it? Okay. I like it. Yeah. It depends on the next one. And we can start to line off then. Yeah. Okay. I want this to be as shaded as possible. The shadows and the... Yeah. That was the whole idea on this settlement. Once we got that DLC to grow these trees, to make a kind of forested settlement. I'll probably throw some junk on this. I couldn't build on it because of this. I would have preferred to have coming out here and kind of going around that way there, obviously. But I don't know, maybe I can fit some haystacks or something on it. Well, anything I can fit in it will be better than that, look. Oi, hang on. Where are we going? Gonna get eaten by wolves here. Run. Eat my tree. I'll do some smaller details, fine-tuning on this as well. There's always something more to do. Oh, let me have a quick look at this guy here. Okay, I'll just leave it there. I'll never fit the third one in. Oh, you never know. It would affect the line. I'll be going central on this. But I kind of don't mind maybe pushing down a bit. We'll see. A much better look. It obviously won't work out like that. It will probably be 2 here. You kind of push that one up and kind of center more on that stable. Well, anyway, let's see. Should be able to fit another 2 to 3 more. Might as well use the time we have to bring them in. Not enough time to take on another project or another piece. I sincerely doubt we'll fit 3 in a straight line here. Oh, we'll see. Tired. Yeah, I wasn't wrong. Okay. So, it would probably be... Let's center this guy. Or just roughly, let's say. Center it. Yeah, just move this for a second. There. Oh, that's the best spacing you could get on that, really. It's not exactly... Oh, it's pretty close to center. Probably is, yeah. That's not bad. I'll tweak that one later. Let me see. 3, I would say, would be the max on this. Let's see, anyway. Love to squeeze in 4. Obviously, that will be coming to more like there. It's looking like 3 of them, I'd say. I'll measure it up later. Get them perfectly in line. Just get them in for the time being. So from what I can see, this would be the last one of these trees I will be using. Unless there's some little area. I think, yeah, I think there might be. Down on the far side I might be able to probably squeeze in 1 or 2 more. Oh, it's getting dark. Oh my. Oh my good god. It doesn't even want to give me the tree. Well, yeah, if I go there, which is, yeah, I don't mind if I have to pushing over a bit. Let me see. Always a compromise with this, you know that. So that would most likely be the only way we're going to manage this. I wonder could I squish another one in here. But I would really, you know, because of the animals, need a kind of open spot. Let's quickly sleep till morning and have a look at it. I can line it up obviously much better than that later once I kind of commit to something. Oh my god.
Maybe I should just leave
Sorry
it
about that, kid. No. Yeah, it would obviously require a lot of decorating, but tweak it a bit more. Still plenty of room for the animals. Yeah. Let's see what it looks like from the air. Yeah. I'll be able to straighten it up a little bit better than that, but I might take the two center ones out later, actually. Let me see. I could remove that, but we could go with one of those smaller trays. I think it might be more fitting. And then maybe stick with a tree on this side, or even two. I think maybe we might have a bit much here. I'll probably take two of them out. If I got this one and centered it here, I'd much prefer
like an idiot.
on the stable here. And then
He really is.
if I could, you know, one here and then one here, which, oh, I'll figure it out later anyway. That would probably work, so I'll probably be removing one. Just needed to see how it looked. Is there anywhere I could put these for a second? Probably. I'll just check it out. Oh, that's a pity. Yeah, it's miles before I. No, you're not gonna move those guys. Oh, good God, none the least. Let's see how this guy looks. It's probably that tree there that's killing it, is it? Oh, now I'm stuck. I'm not even sure if it will. Oh. No, it's not going to fit there. Hang on, what was that? I did see a little brief. It's that water barrel. Let's move that guy. Or a tub. Yeah. That's where I really want this. Oh, obviously I'll push it back a bit and we can put the light in. That would work. I can put the smaller tree here. I was never really good on that anyway. And then work with two of these trees. Lighting this one up and then the other one here on the side. Let's see. Yeah, that's gonna kill me now. There's no way of here, I better get one of these out of here. Let's move this back out to its little home for a moment. I'll probably run the stream for a few minutes more. You know, it's nice to get a few trees in, but there is a limit. There. Now we should have a better look at this. I definitely need to get rid of those as well. Just give this a quick check and see if I could swing this one. Center one I wanted, and I'll fix the light later. Let's see how this would work. Kind of roughly. Is he talking about that? We still might get the three of them in a kind of L shape. Oh, much better. Much better. Yeah, I'll get a straight line on that later. Now, let me see. No, you're not fitting another guy in. It's out of the question. You'd have to move out here, and that's not good enough. This would be perfect. Roughly. Something like that. Yeah. Bit of a clean up, some decoration. Just might get away with that one. This, I need something a little different for this guy. Once I line him up properly, probably go with this kind of fence again, maybe. You know, run it from tree to tree. Yeah, something like that might work. Trying a few cards, some of that junk, a few haystacks. Yeah. Yeah. That's the last of the large trees I'll be using here. This didn't turn out too bad, I suppose. And then with our curbing here, blah blah blah, lights and plants. Once we take this turn, probably a few more plants. I wonder, can we fit some kind of bench there? The roadway, mess it up. Yeah, it will be easy enough to take that out and put this in anyway. Get something in there. Yeah, okay. I think I figured out what I need to do. So, I don't know how much of this I'll be able to do in the next 2 days, but a good bit. If I can get the fencing in and stuff like that, and I'll concentrate mostly on the NPCs and the interior decorating. This is the last real main stretch we have to do. Oh, what am I talking about? There's a ton of stuff up here to do. Yeah, there's these here. Although it's just plants, to be honest. Might be able to squeeze in a tree or two. Maybe in the corners on the back end. Possible. There's that. We need to shape this up a bit. There's whatever we're going to add to that one. Which, you know, the lion's share of it is done. Needs a little bit more here in the corners. And, maybe, yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll concentrate on the decorating on these. And then there's this guy here. Needs a little bit more. That's it then. So this area here. A little bit of bric-a-brac here. Something more here. Probably baskets with fruit and tables. I'll sort it out later. Some minor decorating here. And here. Do something in the park. Oh, I forgot. There's another thing as well. It's going to take ages to do. That's what I'll concentrate on when I'm not streaming. Those really tedious ones. The decorating here is going to be something. Because we're talking about setting out a lot of tables and stuff. And then a lot of interior decorating. So I'll be working on that and these sections and get the fencing and the other stuff up here. No, I'll see how much of it I can do anyway. I don't think I have any appointments coming up. Hopefully I'll get a good bit done. But we'll definitely try to finish it on the next stream. And obviously that's depending on how much I can get done in the meantime. And that's good. Right, let's get down here and save. And we'll do the usual. We'll raid some of our friends, stop by, say hi. I'll save this in. Oh, and this. You see what I mean? Yeah, wherever you look, there's so tons to be done. And you can see how long it took just to get out those little areas. Yeah. I think I'll concentrate on this one next. I still haven't come up to a real decision on what I want to do here. The ground is really, 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 really bad. You know, I managed to hide it here. Maybe with a house and that. I'll figure something out. Oh, hi Blaster. Pierce Brosnan, really? Now. Yeah? Yeah, Pierce I think was from Navan. Yeah, it's kind of the same. Kind of Midland kind of thing. So, how have you been, Blaster? Yeah, we're just getting ready to raid. Ah. Now. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think that's all we can do for now, guys. We've just done about 6 hours and 10 minutes, so that's a good one. So yeah, that's it for tonight. Finals. Oh, I hope you do well, Blaster. No problem, Jaeger. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good one. So that was my Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning stream. Or Tuesday night, I should say. I will be back again for the weekend, guys. We'll be doing Friday and Saturday, the usual thing. So, 2 days off, obviously. I've got stuff to do, and whatever time I can, I'll spend it on this and trying to make more progress. I'm GMT, so it's 8 AM. Yeah. Yeah, 8 AM. We're about an hour behind Central European time. So the same time zone as the UK. Pretty small area. West Coast, so it's about 3 AM for you, is it, Blaster? Yeah. Oh, 8 hours behind. Really? Oh my. Yeah, you're on the... Yeah. Oh yeah, we're doing that stupid daylight savings time as well. I keep forgetting about that. Yeah, we're doing the daylight savings. Yeah. I hate that. It's so stupid, you know.
Tired of teenagers. They question everything you say. Either aren't you?
Now. Yeah. So yeah, that's it, guys. I will be back back for the weekend. Hopefully I'll have a good bit done on this. But these areas, you know, there's a lot of the heavy lifting done. But the decorating and the last of the design takes time. About 2/3 of the settlement would be the time used would be that kind of stuff, you know. No problem. Thanks for stopping in. My apologies, you know, but I always, you know, kind of stop at this time. I usually stream about from 1:30 to 2 AM my time, and then, you know, I do 4 to 6 hours, you know, usually 6, but sometimes, you know, I'm not feeling too well, so, you know, so that would be, if you're 8 hours behind, that would be about about 6 PM your time. Yeah. Kind of going through then for the next 4 to 6 hours. Yeah. So yeah, back on the weekend, guys. Hope to see you then, obviously, if you have the time. So goodbye, Blaster, Jaeger, Young, Suburban Werewolf. Let's see who else is here. Aptitude, of course. Kitsune. Paudy. Jeeves. Let's see what else is here. Let me see. That's all I can see here, so thanks for being here, guys, appreciate it. Also Terry, Hufflepuff, Tigger, Randy, if you're watching, have a good one, ladies. And of course Corner, if you're watching. And Momo. Yeah, I think well, that's all I can see. So I've obviously missed a few. So if I have, my apologies to whomever I might have missed, and again to everyone who was watching and lurking. I appreciate it. Yeah, so that's me done. We'll do the usual. We'll do a raid. Back again on the weekend. hopefully getting some of this done. Until then, hope you take care, stay safe, and have a good one. So, right, let's see who's streaming. And the usual with this Xbox, you know, you get the Xbox screen for about 10-20 seconds just while I'm, you know, searching for a channel. And yeah, okay. Let's see who's streaming.